Section 15 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in July 2022. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Tiziano da Cadore, Part 1. Tiziano was born at Cadore, a little township situated on the Piave and 5 miles distance from the pass of the Alps, in the year 1480, from the family of the Vecelli, one of the most noble in that place. At the age of 10, having a fine spirit and a lively intelligence, he was sent to Venice to the house of an uncle, an honored citizen, who, perceiving the boy to be much inclined to painting, placed him with Gianbellini, an excellent painter very famous at that time, as has been related. Under his discipline, attending to design, he soon showed that he was endowed by nature with all the gifts of intellect and judgment that are necessary for the art of painting, and since at that time Gianbellini and the other painters of that country, from not being able to study ancient works, were much, nay, altogether, given to copying from the life whatever work they did, and that with a dry, crude, and laboured manner, Tiziano also for a time learned that method. But having come to about the year 1507, Giorgione da Castelfranco, not altogether liking that mode of working, began to give to his pictures more softness and greater relief, with a beautiful manner. Nevertheless, he used to set himself before living and natural objects, and counterfeit them as well as he was able with colours, and paint them broadly, with tints crude or soft, according as the life demanded, without doing any drawing, holding it as certain that to paint with colours only, without the study of drawing on paper, was the true and best method of working, and the true design. For he did not perceive that for him who wishes to distribute his compositions and accommodate his inventions well, it is necessary that he should first put them down on paper in several different ways, in order to see how the whole goes together, for the reason that the idea is not able to see or imagine the inventions perfectly within herself, if she does not reveal and demonstrate her conception to the eyes of the body, that these may assist her to form a good judgment. Besides which, it is necessary to give much study to the nude, if you wish to comprehend it well, which you will never do, nor is it possible, without having recourse to paper, and to keep always before you, while you paint, persons naked or draped, is no small restraint, whereas, when you have formed your hand by drawing on paper, you then come little by little with greater ease to carry your conceptions into execution, designing and painting together. And so, gaining practice in art, you make both manner and judgment perfect, doing away with the labour and effort wherewith those pictures were executed of which we have spoken above, not to mention that by drawing on paper you come to fill the mind with beautiful concepts, and learn to counterfeit all the objects of nature by memory, without having to keep them always before you, or being obliged to conceal beneath the glamour of colouring the painful fruits of your ignorance of design, in the manner that was followed for many years by the Venetian painters, Giorgione, Palma, Porderone, and others, who never saw Rome or any other works of absolute perfection. Tiziano then, having seen the method and manner of Giorgione, abandoned the manner of Gianbellini, although he had been accustomed to it for a long time, and attached himself to that of Giorgione, coming in a short time to imitate his works so well that his pictures at times were mistaken for works by Giorgione, as will be related below. Then, having grown in age, practice, and judgment, Tiziano executed many works in fresco, which cannot be enumerated in order, being dispersed over various places. Let it suffice that they were such, that the opinion was formed by many experienced judges that he would become, as he afterwards did, a most excellent painter. At the time when he first began to follow the manner of Giorgione, not being more than 18 years of age, he made the portrait of a gentleman of the Barberigo family, his friend, which was held to be very beautiful, the likeness of the flesh colouring being true and natural, and all the hairs so well distinguished one from another that they might have been counted, as also might have been the stitches in a doublet of silvered satin that he painted in that work. In short, it was held to be so well done, and with such diligence, that if Tiziano had not written his name on a dark ground, it would have been taken for the work of Giorgione. Meanwhile, Giorgione himself had executed the principal façade of the Fondaco de' Tedeschi, and by means of Barberigo there were allotted to Tiziano certain scenes on the same building, above the Merceria. After which work he painted a large picture with figures of the size of life, which is now in the hall of Monsignore Andrea Loredano, who dwells near San Marcuola. In that picture is painted Our Lady going to Egypt, in the midst of a great forest and certain landscapes that are very well done, because Tiziano had given his attention for many months to such things, and had kept in his house for that purpose some Germans, who were excellent painters of landscapes and verdure. In the wood in that picture, likewise, he painted many animals, which he portrayed from the life, and they are truly natural and almost alive. Next, in the house of Monsignore Giovanni d'Anna, a Flemish gentleman and merchant, his gossip, he made his portrait, which has all the appearance of life, and also an Ecce Homo with many figures, which is held by Tiziano himself, and by others, to be a very beautiful work. The same master painted a picture of Our Lady with other figures, the size of life, of men and children, all portrayed from the life and from persons of that house. Then, in the year 1507, while the Emperor Maximilian was making war on the Venetians, Tiziano, according to his own account, painted an angel Raphael with Tobias and a dog in the church of San Marzigliano, with a distant landscape, where, in a little wood, Saint John the Baptist is praying on his knees to heaven, whence comes a radiance that illumines him. And this work it is thought that he executed before he made a beginning with the façade of the Fondaco de' Tedeschi. Concerning which façade, many gentlemen, not knowing that Giorgione was not working there any more, and that Tiziano was doing it, who had uncovered one part, meeting with Giorgione, congratulated him in friendly fashion, saying that he was acquitting himself better in the façade towards the Merceria than he had done in that which is over the Grand Canal. At which circumstance Giorgione felt such disdain that until Tiziano had completely finished the work, and it had become well known that the same had done that part, he would scarcely let himself be seen, and from that time onward he would never allow Tiziano to associate with him or be his friend. In the year after, 1508, Tiziano published in wood engraving the Triumph of Faith, with an infinity of figures, our first parents, the patriarchs, the prophets, the Sibyls, the innocents, the martyrs, the apostles, and Jesus Christ, born in triumph by the 4 evangelists and the 4 doctors, with the holy confessors behind. In that work Tiziano displayed boldness, a beautiful manner, and the power to work with facility of hand, and I remember that Fra Sebastiano del Piombo, conversing of this, said to me that if Tiziano had been in Rome at that time, and had seen the works of Michelagnolo, those of Raffaello, and the ancient statues, and had studied design, he would have done things absolutely stupendous, considering the beautiful mastery that he had in colouring, and that he deserved to be celebrated as the finest and greatest imitator of nature in the matter of colour in our times, and with the foundation of the grand method of design he might have equalled the Urbinate and Buonarroti. Afterwards, having gone to Vicenza, Tiziano painted the Judgment of Solomon in fresco, which was a beautiful work, under the little loggia where justice is administered in public audience. He then returned to Venice and painted the façade of the Grimani. At Padua, in the church of San Antonio, he executed likewise in fresco some stories of the actions of that saint, and for that of San Spirito he painted a little altar-piece with a Saint Mark seated in the midst of certain saints, in whose faces are some portraits from life done in oils with the greatest diligence, which picture may have believed to be by the hand of Giorgione. Then, a scene having been left unfinished in the hall of the Great Council through the death of Giovanni Bellini, wherein Frederick Barbarossa is kneeling at the door of the church of San Marco before Pope Alexander IV, who places his foot on Barbarossa's neck, Tiziano finished it, changing many things, and making there many portraits from life of his friends and others, for which he was rewarded by receiving from the Senate an office in the Fondaco de' Tedeschi, called the Censeria, which yields 300 crowns a year. That office those signori are accustomed to give to the most excellent painter of their city, on the condition that he shall be obliged from time to time to paint the portrait of their prince or doge at his election, for the price of only 8 crowns, which the prince himself pays to him, which portrait is afterwards kept, in memory of him, in a public place in the palace of San Marco. In the year 1514, Duke Alfonso of Ferrara had caused a little chamber to be decorated, and had commissioned Dosso, the painter of Ferrara, to execute in certain compartments stories of Aeneas, Mars, and Venus, and in a grotto Vulcan with 2 smiths at the forge. And he desired that there should also be there pictures by the hand of Gian Bellini. Bellini painted on another wall a vat of red wine with some bacchanals around it, and satyrs, musicians, and other men and women, all drunk with wine, and near them a nude and very beautiful Silenus, riding on his ass, with figures about him that have the hands full of fruits and grapes, which work was in truth executed and coloured with great diligence, insomuch that it is one of the most beautiful pictures that Gian Bellini ever painted, although in the manner of the draperies there is a certain sharpness after the German manner, nothing indeed of any account, because he imitated a picture by the Fleming Albrecht Dürer, which had been brought in those days to Venice and placed in the church of San Bartolomeo, a rare work and full of most beautiful figures painted in oils. On that vat Gian Bellini wrote these words: Ioannes Bellinus Venetus, p. 1514. That work he was not able to finish completely, because he was old, and Tiziano, as the most excellent of all the others, was sent for to the end that he might finish it, wherefore, being desirous to acquire excellence and to make himself known, he executed with much diligence 2 scenes that were wanting in that little chamber. In the first is a river of red wine, about which are singers and musicians, both men and women, as it were, drunk, and a naked woman who is sleeping, so beautiful that she might be alive, together with other figures, and on this picture Tiziano wrote his name. In the other, which is next to it and seen first on entering, he painted many little boys and loves in various attitudes, which much pleased that lord, as also did the other picture, but most beautiful of all is one of those boys who is making water into a river and is reflected in the water, while the others are around a pedestal that has the form of an altar, upon which is a statue of Venus with a sea conch in the right hand, and grace and beauty about her, which are very lovely figures and executed with incredible diligence. On the door of a press, likewise, Tiziano painted an image of Christ from the waist upwards, marvellous, nay, stupendous, to whom a base Hebrew is showing the coin of Caesar, which image, and also other pictures in that little chamber, our best craftsmen declare to be the finest and best executed that Tiziano has ever done, and indeed they are most rare. Wherefore he well deserved to be most liberally recompensed and rewarded by that lord, whom he portrayed excellently well with one arm resting on a great piece of artillery, and he also made a portrait of Signora Laura, who afterwards became the wife of the Duke, which is a stupendous work. And, in truth, gifts have great potency with those who labour for the love of art, when they are uplifted by the liberality of princes. At that time Tiziano formed a friendship with the divine Messer Lodovico Ariosto, and was recognized by him as a most excellent painter celebrated in his Orlando Furioso. E Tizian che onora non men Cador, che Venezia e Urbino. Having then returned to Venice, Tiziano painted on a canvas in oils, for the father-in-law of Giovanni de Castelbolognese, a naked shepherd and a country girl who is offering him some pipes that he may play them, with a most beautiful landscape, which picture is now at Faenza, in the house of the said Giovanni. He then executed for the high altar in the church of the Friars Minors, called the Ca Grande, a picture of Our Lady ascending into heaven, and below her the 12 apostles, who are gazing upon her as she ascends. But of this work, from its having been painted on cloth, and perhaps not well kept, there is little to be seen. For the chapel of the Pesari family, in the same church, he painted in an altar-piece the Madonna with the Child in her arms, a Saint Peter and a Saint George, and about them the patrons of the work, kneeling and portrayed from life, among whom are the Bishop of Paphos and his brother, then newly returned from the victory which that bishop won against the Turks. For the little church of San Nicolo, in the same convent, he painted in an altar-piece St. Nicholas, St. Francis, St. Catherine, and also a nude St. Sebastian, portrayed from life, and without any artifice that can be seen to have been used to enhance the beauty of the limbs and trunk, there being nothing there but what he saw in the work of nature, insomuch that it all appears as if stamped from the life, so flesh-like it is and natural. But for all that it is held to be beautiful, as is also very lovely the Madonna with the Child in her arms, at whom all those figures are gazing. The subject of that picture was drawn on wood by Tiziano himself, and then engraved by others and printed. For the church of San Rocco, after the works described above, he painted a picture of Christ with the cross on his shoulder, and about his neck a cord that is drawn by a Hebrew, and that figure, which many have believed to be by the hand of Giorgione, is now the object of the greatest devotion in Venice, and has received in alms more crowns than Tiziano and Giorgione ever gained in all their lives. Then he was invited to Rome by Bembo, whom he had already portrayed, and who was at that time secretary to Pope Leo X, to the end that he might see Rome, Raffaello da Urbino, and others. But Tiziano delayed his visit so long from one day to another that Leo died, and the Raffaello in 1520, and after all he never went. For the church of San Maria Maggiore he painted a picture with Saint John the Baptist in the desert among some rocks, an angel that appears as if alive, and a little piece of distant landscape with some trees upon the bank of a river, all full of grace. He made portraits from life of the Prince Grimani and Loredano, which were held to be admirable, and not long afterwards of King Francis, when he departed from Italy in order to return to France. And in the year when Andrea Gritti was elected Doge, Tiziano painted his portrait, which was a very rare thing, in a picture within Our Lady, St. Mark, and St. Andrew with the countenance of that Doge, which picture, a most marvellous work, is in the Sala del Collegio. He has also painted portraits, in addition to those of the Doges named above, being obliged, as has been related, to do it, of others who have been Doges in their time, Pietro Lando, Francesco Donato, Marcantonio Trevisano, and Veniero. But by the 2 Doges and brothers Paoli he has been excused recently, because of his great age, from that obligation. Before the sack of Rome there had gone to live in Venice Pietro Aretino, a most famous poet of our times, and he became very much the friend of Tiziano and Sansovino, which brought great honour and advantage to Tiziano, for the reason that the poet made him known wherever his pen reached, and especially to princes of importance, as will be told in the proper place. Meanwhile, to return to Tiziano's works, he painted the altar-piece for the altar of San Piero Martire in the church of San Giovanni e Polo, depicting therein that holy martyr larger than life, in a forest of very great trees, fallen to the ground and assailed by the fury of a soldier, who has wounded him so grievously in the head, that as he lies but half alive, there is seen in his face the horror of death, while in another friar who runs forward in flight may be perceived the fear and terror of death. In the air are two nude angels coming down from a flash of heaven's lightning, which gives light to the landscape, which is most beautiful, and to the whole work besides, which is the most finished, the most celebrated, the greatest, and the best conceived and executed that Tiziano has yet ever done in all his life. This work being seen by Gritti, who was always very much the friend of Tiziano, as also of Sansovino, he caused to be allotted to him a great scene of the rout of Ciararatta, in the hall of the great council. In it he painted a battle with soldiers in furious combat, while a terrible rain falls from heaven, which work, wholly taken from life, is held to be the best of all the scenes that are in that hall, and the most beautiful. And in the same palace, at the foot of a staircase, he painted a Madonna in fresco. Having made not long afterwards for a gentleman of the Contarini family a picture of a very beautiful Christ, who is seated at table with Cleophas and Luke, it appeared to that gentleman that the work was worthy to be in a public place, as in truth it is. Wherefore, having made a present of it, like a true lover of his country and of the Commonwealth, to the Signora, it was kept a long time in the apartments of the Doge, but at the present day it is in a public place, where it may be seen by everyone, in the Salotto d'Ora, in front of the hall of the Council of 10, over the door. About the same time also he painted for the Scuola of San Maria della Charita Our Lady ascending the steps of the temple, with heads of every kind portrayed from nature, and for the Scuola of San Fantino, likewise, a little altar-piece of Saint Jerome in penitence, which was much extolled by the craftsmen, but was consumed by fire 2 years ago, together with the whole church. It is said that in the year 1530, the Emperor Charles V being in Bologna, Tiziano was invited to that city by Cardinal Ippolito de' Medici, through the agency of Pietro Aretino. There he made a most beautiful portrait of His Majesty in full armour, which so pleased him that he caused 1,000 crowns to be given to Tiziano, but of these he was obliged afterwards to give the half to the sculptor Alfonso Lombardi, who had made a model to be reproduced in marble, as was related in his Life. Having returned to Venice, Tiziano found that a number of gentlemen, who had taken Pordenone into their favour, praising much the works executed by him on the ceiling of the Sala de' Pregai and elsewhere, had caused a little altar-piece to be allotted to him in the church of San Giovanni Elemosinario, to the end that he might paint it in a competition with Tiziano, who for the same place had painted a short time before the said San Giovanni Elemosinario in the habit of a bishop. But, for all the diligence that Pordenone devoted to that altar-piece, he was not able to equal, or even by a great measure to approach to the work of Tiziano. Next, Tiziano executed a most beautiful altar picture of an Annunciation for the church of Santa Maria degli Angeli at Murano, but he who had caused it to be painted, not being willing to spend 500 crowns upon it, which Tiziano was asking, by the advice of Messer Pietro Aretino he sent it as a gift to the above-named Emperor Charles V, who, liking that work vastly, made him a present of 2,000 crowns, and where that picture was to have been placed, there was set in its stead one by the hand of Pordenone. Nor had any long time passed when Charles V, returning to Bologna for a conference with Pope Clement, at the time when he came with his army from Hungary, desired to be portrayed again by Tiziano. Before departing from Bologna, Tiziano also painted a portrait of the above-named Cardinal Ippolito de' Medici in Hungarian dress, and in a smaller picture the same man in full armour, both which portraits are now in the guardaroba of Duke Cosimo. At that same time he executed a portrait of Alfonso d'Avalos, Marchese del Vasto, and one of the above-named Pietro Aretino, who then contrived that he should become the friend and servant of Federigo Gonzaga, Duke of Mantua, with whom Tiziano went to his states and there painted a portrait of him, which is a living likeness, and then one of the cardinal, his brother. These finished, he painted, for the adornment of a room among those of Giulio Romano, 12 figures from the waist upwards of the 12 Caesars, very beautiful, beneath each of which the said Giulio afterwards painted a story from their lives. In Cadore, his native place, Tiziano has painted an altar picture wherein are Our Lady, San Tiziano the Bishop, and a portrait of himself, kneeling. In the year when Pope Paul III went to Bologna, and from there to Ferrara, Tiziano, having gone to the court, made a portrait of that Pope, which was a very beautiful work, and from it another for Cardinal Sanfiore, and both these portraits, for which he was very well paid by the Pope, are in Rome, one in the guardaroba of Cardinal Farnese, and the other in the possession of the heirs of the above-named Cardinal Sanfiore, and from them have been taken many copies, which are dispersed throughout Italy. At this same time, also, he made a portrait of Francesco Maria, Duke of Urbino, which was a marvellous work, wherefore Monsignori Pietro Aretino on this account celebrated him in a sonnet that began Se il chiaro a pelle con la man dell'arte rassembrò d'Alessandro il volto e il petto. There are in the guardaroba of the same Duke, by the hand of Tiziano, 2 most lovely heads of women, and a young recumbent Venus with flowers and certain light draperies about her, very beautiful and well finished, and, in addition, a figure of Saint Mary Magdalene with the hair all loose, which is a rare work. There, likewise, are the portraits of Charles V, King Francis as a young man, Duke Guidobaldo II, Pope Sixtus IV, Pope Julius II, Paul III, the old Cardinal of Lorraine, and Suleiman, Emperor of the Turks, which portraits, I say, are by the hand of Tiziano, and most beautiful. In the same guardaroba, besides many other things, is a portrait of Hannibal the Carthaginian, cut in intaglio in an antique cornelian, and also a very beautiful head in marble by the hand of Donato. In the year 1541, Tiziano painted for the friars of San Spirito in Venice the altarpiece of their high altar, figuring in it the descent of the Holy Spirit upon the apostles, with a God depicted as of fire, and the Spirit as a dove, which altarpiece becoming spoiled in no time, after having many disputes with those friars he had to paint it again, and it is that which is over the altar at the present day. For the church of San Nazzaro in Brescia, he executed the altarpiece of the high altar in 5 pictures. In the central picture is Jesus Christ returning to life, with some soldiers around, and at the sides are San Nazzaro, San Sebastian, the angel Gabriel, and the Virgin receiving the Annunciation. In a picture for the wall at the entrance of the Duomo of Verona, he painted an Assumption of Our Lady into heaven, with the apostles on the ground, which is held to be the best of the modern works in that city. In the year 1541 he made the portrait of Don Diego di Mendoza, at that time ambassador of Charles V in Venice, a whole-length figure and standing, which was very beautiful. And from this Tiziano began what has since come into fashion, the making of certain portraits of full length. In the same manner he painted that of the Cardinal of Trento, then a young man, and for Francesco Marcolini the portrait of Messer Pietro Aretino, but this last was by no means as beautiful as one of that poet, likewise by the hand of Tiziano, which Aretino himself sent as a present to Duke Cosimo de' Medici, to whom he sent also the head of Signor Giovanni de' Medici, the father of the said Lord Duke. That head was copied from a cast taken from the face of that lord when he died at Mantua, which was in the possession of Aretino, and both these portraits are in the guardaroba of the same Lord Duke, among many of most noble pictures. The same year, Vasari having been 13 months in Venice to execute, as has been related, a ceiling for Messer Giovanni Cornaro, and some works for the company of the Calza, Sansovino, who was directing the fabric of San Spirito, had commissioned him to make designs for 3 large pictures in oils, which were to go into the ceiling, to the end that he might execute them in painting. But, Vasari having afterwards departed, those 3 pictures were allotted to Tiziano, who executed them most beautifully, from his having contrived with great art to make the figures foreshortened from below upwards. In one is Abraham sacrificing Isaac, in another David severing the neck of Goliath, and in the third Abel slain by his brother Cain. About the same time Tiziano painted a portrait of himself, in order to leave that memory of himself to his children. End of section 15. Section 16 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in August 2022. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9, by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Tiziano da Cadore, Part 2. The year 1546 having come, he went at the invitation of Cardinal Farnese to Rome, where he found Vasari, who, having returned from Naples, was executing the hall of the Cancelleria for the above-named cardinal, whereupon, Tiziano having been recommended by that lord to Vasari, Giorgio kept him company lovingly in taking him about to see the sights of Rome. And then, after Tiziano had rested for some days, rooms were given to him in the Belvedere, to the end that he might set his hand to painting once more the portrait of Pope Paul of full length, with one of Farnese and one of Duke Ottavio, which he executed excellently well and much to the satisfaction of those lords. At their persuasion he painted, for presenting to the Pope, a picture of Christ from the waist upwards in the form of an Ecce Homo, which work, whether it was that the works of Michelangelo, Raffaello, Polidoro, and others had made him lose some force, or for some other reason, did not appear to the painters, although it was a good picture, to be of the same excellence as many others by his hand, and particularly his portraits. Michelangelo and Vasari, going one day to visit Tiziano in the Belvedere, saw in a picture that he had executed at that time a nude woman representing Danae, who had in her lap Jove transformed into a rain of gold, and they praised it much, as one does in the painter's presence. After they had left him, discoursing of Tiziano's method, Buonarroti commended it not a little, saying that his colouring and his manner much pleased him, but that it was a pity that in Venice men did not learn to draw well from the beginning, and that those painters did not pursue a better method in their studies. For, he said, if this man had been in any way assisted by art and design, as he is by nature, and above all in counterfeiting the life, no one could do more or work better, for he has a fine spirit and a very beautiful and lively manner. And in fact this is true, for the reason that he who has not drawn much, nor studied the choicest ancient and modern works, cannot work well from memory by himself, or improve the things that he copies from life, giving them grace and perfection, wherein art goes beyond the scope of nature, which generally produces some parts that are not beautiful. Tiziano, finally departing from Rome, with many gifts received from those lords, and in particular a benefice of good value for his son Pomponio, set himself on the road to return to Venice, after Orazio, his other son, had made a portrait of Messer Battista Ceciliano, an excellent player of the bass viol, which was a very good work, and he himself had executed some other portraits for Duke Guidobaldo of Urbino. Arriving in Florence, and seeing the rare works of that city, he was amazed by them no less than he had been by those of Rome. And besides that, he visited Duke Cosimo, who was at Poggio a Caiano, offering to paint his portrait, to which his Excellency did not give much heed, perchance in order not to do a wrong to the many noble craftsmen of his city and dominion. Then, having arrived in Venice, Tiziano finished for the Marchese del Vasto an allocution, for so they called it, made by that lord to his soldiers, and after that he took the portrait of Charles V, that of the Catholic king, and many others. These works finished, he painted a little altar-piece of the Annunciation for the church of Santa Maria Nuova in Venice, and then, employing the assistance of his young men, he executed a Last Supper in the refectory of Santos Giovanni e Pollo, and for the high altar of the church of San Salvadore, an altar-piece in which is a Christ transfigured on Mount Tabor, and for another altar in the same church, a Madonna receiving the Annunciation from the angel. But these last works, although there is something of the good to be seen in them, are not much esteemed by him, and have not the perfection that his other pictures have. And since the works of Tiziano are without number, and particularly the portraits, it is almost impossible to make mention of them all. Wherefore I shall speak only of the most remarkable, but without order of time, it being of little import to know which was first and which later. Several times, as has been related, he painted the portrait of Charles V, and in the end he was summoned for that purpose to the court, where he portrayed him as he was in those his later years. And the work of Tiziano so pleased that all-conquering emperor, that after he had once seen it, he would not be portrayed by other painters. Each time that he painted him, he received 1,000 crowns of gold as a present, and he was made by his Majesty a chevalier, with the revenue of 200 crowns on the Chamber of Naples. In like manner, when he portrayed Philip, King of Spain, the son of Charles, he received from him a fixed allowance of 200 crowns more, insomuch that, adding those 400 to the 300 that he has on the Fondaco de Tereschi from the Signori of Venice, he has without exerting himself a fixed income of 700 crowns every year. Of the same Charles V and King Philip, Tiziano sent portraits to the Lord Duke Cosimo, who has them in his guardaroba. He portrayed Ferdinand, King of the Romans, who afterwards became emperor, and both his sons, Maximilian, now emperor, and his brother. He also portrayed Queen Maria, and, for the Emperor Charles V, the Duke of Saxony when he was a prisoner. But what a waste of time is this! There has been scarce a single lord of great name, or prince, or great lady, who has not been portrayed by Tiziano, a painter of truly extraordinary excellence in this field of art. He painted portraits of King Francis I of France, as has been related, Francesco Sforza, Duke of Milan, the Marquis of Pescara, Antonio da Leva, Massimiano Stampa, Signor Giovan Battista Castaldo, and other lords without number. In like manner, besides the works mentioned above, at various times he has executed many others. In Venice, by order of Charles V, he painted in a great altar-piece the Triune God enthroned, Our Lady and the Infant Christ, with the dove over him, and the ground all of fire, signifying love, and the Father is surrounded by fiery cherubim. On one side is the same Charles V, and on the other the Empress, both clothed in linen garments, with the hands clasped in the attitude of prayer, among many saints, all which was after the command of the Emperor, who, at that time at the height of his victories, began to show that he was minded to retire from the things of this world, as he afterwards did, in order to die like a true Christian, fearing God and desirous of his own salvation. Which picture the Emperor said to Tiziano that he wished to place in the monastery wherein afterwards he finished the course of his life, and, since it is a very rare work, it is expected that it may soon be published in engravings. The same Tiziano executed for Queen Maria a Prometheus, who is bound to Mount Caucasus and torn by Jove's eagle, a Sisyphus in hell who is toiling under his stone, and Tityus devoured by the vulture. These Her Majesty received, excepting the Prometheus, and with them a Tantalus of the same size, namely that of life, on canvas and in oils. He executed also a Venus and Adonis that are marvellous, she having swooned, and the boy in the act of rising to leave her, with some dogs about him that are very natural. On a panel of the same size, he represented Andromeda bound to the rock, and Perseus delivering her from the sea monster, then with picture none could be more lovely, as is also another of Diana, who, bathing in a fount with her nymphs, transforms Actaeon into a stag. He also painted Europa passing over the sea on the back of the bull. All these pictures are in the possession of the Catholic king, held very dear for the vivacity that Tiziano has given to the figures with his colours, making them natural and as if alive. It is true, however, that the method of work which he employed in these last pictures is no little different from the method of his youth, for the reason that the early works are executed with a certain delicacy and a diligence that are incredible, and they can be seen both from near and from a distance, and these last works are executed with bold strokes and dashed off with a broad and even coarse sweep of the brush, insomuch that from near little can be seen, but from a distance they appear perfect. This method has been the reason that many, wishing to imitate him therein and to play the practised master, have painted clumsy pictures. And this happens because, although many believe that they are done without effort, in truth it is not so, and they deceive themselves, for it is known that they are painted over and over again, and that he returned to them with his colours so many times that the labour may be perceived. And this method, so used, is judicious, beautiful, and astonishing, because it makes pictures appear alive and painted with great art, but conceals the labour. Tiziano painted recently in a picture 3 braccia high and 4 braccia broad, Jesus Christ as an infant in the lap of Our Lady and adored by the Magi, with a good number of figures of 1 braccio each, which is a very lovely work, as is also another picture that he himself copied from that one, and gave to the old Cardinal of Ferrara. Another picture, in which he depicted Christ mocked by the Jews, which is most beautiful, was placed in a chapel of the Church of Santa Maria delle Grazie in Milan. For the Queen of Portugal, he painted a picture of a Christ scourged by Jews at the column, a little less than the size of life, which is very beautiful. For the high altar of San Domenico at Ancona, he painted an altar-piece with Christ on the cross, and at the foot Our Lady, St. John, and St. Dominic, all most beautiful, and executed in his later manner with broad strokes, as has just been described above. And by the same hand, in the Church of the Crocicieri at Venice, is the picture that is on the altar of San Lorenzo, wherein is the martyrdom of that saint, with a building full of figures, and St. Lawrence lying half upon the gridiron in foreshortening, with a great fire beneath him, and about it some who are kindling it. And since he counterfeited an effect of night, there are 2 servants with torches in their hands, which throw light where the glare of the fire below the gridiron does not reach, which is piled high and very fierce. Besides this, he depicted a lightning flash, which, darting from heaven and cleaving the clouds, overcomes the light of the fire and that of the torches, shining over the saint and the other principal figures, and, in addition to those 3 lights, the figures that he painted in the distance at the windows of the building have the light of lamps and candles that are near them, and all, in short, is executed with beautiful art, judgment, and genius. In the church of San Sebastiano, on the altar of San Nicolo, there is by the hand of the same Tiziano a little altar-piece of a Saint Nicholas who appears as if alive, seated in a chair painted in the likeness of stone, with an angel that is holding his mitre, which work he executed at the commission of Messer Niccolo Crasso, the advocate. Tiziano afterwards painted, for sending to the Catholic king, a figure of Saint Mary Magdalene from the middle of the thighs upwards, all dishevelled, that is, with the hair falling over the shoulders, about the throat, and over the breast, the while that, raising the head with the eyes fixed on heaven, she reveals remorse in the redness of the eyes, and in her tears repentance for her sins. Wherefore the picture moves mightily all who behold it, and, what is more, although she is very beautiful, it moves not to lust but to compassion. This picture, when it was finished, so pleased Silvio, a Venetian gentleman, that in order to have it, being one who takes supreme delight in painting, he gave Tiziano 100 crowns, wherefore Tiziano was forced to paint another, which was no less beautiful, for sending to the above-named Catholic king. There are also to be seen portraits from life by Tiziano of a Venetian citizen called Sinistri, who was much his friend, and of another named Messer Paolo da Ponte, for whom he likewise portrayed a daughter that he had at that time, a most beautiful young woman called Signora Giulia da Ponte, a dear friend of Tiziano, and in like manner Signora Irene, a very lovely maiden, skilled in letters and music, and a student of design, who, dying about 7 years ago, was celebrated by the pens of almost all the writers of Italy. He portrayed Messer Francesco Filetto, an orator of happy memory, and in the same picture, before him, his son, who seems as if alive, which portrait is in the house of Messer Matteo Giustiniani, a lover of these arts, who has also had a picture painted for himself by the painter Jacopo da Bassano, which is very beautiful, as are also many other works by that Bassano, which are dispersed throughout Venice and held in great price, particularly his little works and animals of every kind. Tiziano portrayed Bembo another time, namely after he became a cardinal, Fracastoro and Cardinal Accolti of Ravenna, which last portrait Duke Cosimo has in his guardaroba, and our Danese, the sculptor, has in his house at Venice a portrait by the hand of Tiziano of a gentleman of the Delfini family. There may be seen portraits by the same hand of Messer Niccolo Zono of Rossa, wife of the Grand Turk, at the age of 16, and of Cameria, her daughter, with most beautiful dresses and adornments. In the house of Messer Francesco Sonica, an advocate and a gossip of Tiziano, is a portrait by his hand of that Messer Francesco, and in a large picture Our Lady flying to Egypt, who is seen to have dismounted from the ass and to have seated herself upon a stone on the road, with Saint Joseph beside her, and a little Saint John who is offering to the infant Christ some flowers picked by the hand of an angel from the branches of a tree that is in the middle of a wood full of animals, where in the distance the ass stands grazing. That picture, which is full of grace, the said gentleman has placed at the present day in a palace that he has built for himself at Padua, near San Giustina. In the house of a gentleman of the Pisani family, near San Marco, there is by the hand of Tiziano the portrait of a gentlewoman, which is a marvellous thing. And having made for Monsignor Giovanni della Casa, the Florentine, who has been illustrious in our times both for nobility of blood and as a man of letters, a very beautiful portrait of a gentlewoman whom that lord loved while he was in Venice, Tiziano was rewarded by being honoured by him with the lovely sonnet that begins Ben veggio, Tiziano, in forme nuove, l'idolo mio, che I begli occhi apre e gira, with what follows. Finally, this excellent painter sent to the above-named Catholic king a Last Supper of Christ with the Apostles, in a picture 7 braccia long, which was a work of extraordinary beauty. In addition to the works described, and many others of less merit executed by this man, which are omitted for the sake of brevity, he has in his house, sketched in and begun, the following: the martyrdom of St. Lawrence, similar to that described above, and destined by him for sending to the Catholic king, a great canvas wherein is Christ on the cross, with the thieves, and at the foot the ministers of the crucifixion, which he is painting for Messer Giovanni d'Anna, and a picture which was begun for the Doge Grimani, father of the Patriarch of Aquileia. And for the whole of the great palace of Brescia, he has made a beginning with 3 large pictures that are to go in the ornamentation of the ceiling, as has been related in speaking of Cristofano and his brother, painters of Brescia. He also began, many years ago, for Alfonso I, Duke of Ferrara, a picture of a nude young woman bowing before Minerva, with another figure at the side, and a sea, in the centre of which, in the distance, is Neptune in his car. But through the death of that lord, after whose fancy the work was being executed, it was not finished, and remained with Tiziano. He has also carried well forward, but not finished, a picture wherein is Christ appearing to Mary Magdalene in the garden in the form of a gardener, with figures the size of life. Another, also of equal size, in which the Madonna and the other Marys being present, the dead Christ is laid in the sepulchre. Likewise a picture of Our Lady, which is one of the best things that are in that house, and, as has been told, a portrait of himself, that was finished by him 4 years ago, very beautiful and natural, and finally a St. Paul who is reading, a half-length figure, which has all the appearances of the real saint filled with the Holy Spirit. All these works, I say, he has executed, with many others that I omit in order not to be wearisome, up to his present age of about 76 years. Tiziano has been very sound in health, and as fortunate as any man of his kind has ever been, and he has not received from heaven anything save favours and blessings. In his house at Venice have been all the princes, men of letters and persons of distinction, who have gone to that city or lived there in his time, because, in addition to his excellence in art, he has shown great gentleness, beautiful breeding, and most courteous ways and manners. He has had in Venice some competitors, but not of much worth, so that he has surpassed them easily with the excellence of his art, and with his power of attaching himself and making himself dear to the man of quality. He has earned much, for he has been very well paid for his works, but it would have been well for him in these his last years not to work save as a pastime, so as not to diminish with works of less excellence the reputation gained in his best years, when his natural powers were not declining and drawing towards imperfection. When Vasari, the writer of this history, was at Venice in the year 1566, he went to visit Tiziano, as one who was much his friend, and found him at his painting with brushes in his hand, although he was very old, and he had much pleasure in seeing him and discoursing with him. He made known to Vasari Messer Gianmaria Verdezzotti, a young Venetian gentleman full of talent, a friend of Tiziano, and passing able in drawing and painting, as he showed in some landscapes of great beauty drawn by him. This man has by the hand of Tiziano, whom he loves and cherishes as a father, 2 figures painted in oils within 2 niches, an Apollo and a Diana. Tiziano, then, having adorned with excellent pictures the city of Venice, nay, all Italy and other parts of the world, deserves to be loved and revered by the craftsmen, and in many things to be admired and imitated, as one who has executed, and is still executing, works worthy of infinite praise, which shall endure as long as the memory of illustrious men may live. Now, although many have been with Tiziano in order to learn, yet the number of those who can truly be called his disciples is not great, for the reason that he has not taught much, and each pupil has gained more or less knowledge according as he has been able to acquire it from the works executed by Tiziano. There has been with him, among others, one Giovanni, a Fleming, who has been a much extolled master in figures, both small and large, and in portraits marvellous, as may be seen in Naples, where he lived some time, and finally died. By his hand, and this must do him honour for all time, were the designs of the anatomical studies that the most excellent Andrea Vesaglio caused to be engraved and published with his work. But he who has imitated Tiziano more than any other is Peris Bordone, who, born in Treviso from a father of Treviso and a Venetian mother, was taken at the age of 8 to the house of some relatives in Venice. There, having learned his grammar and become an excellent musician, he went to be with Tiziano, but he did not spend many years with him, for he perceived that man to be not very ready to teach his young men, although besought by them most earnestly and invited by their patients to do his duty by them, and he resolved to leave them. He was much grieved that Giorgione should have died in those days, whose manner pleased him vastly, and even more his reputation for having taught well and willingly, and with lovingness, all that he knew. But, since there was nothing else to be done, Paris resolved in his mind that he would follow the manner of Giorgione. And so, setting himself to labour and to counterfeit the work of that master, he became such that he acquired very good credit, wherefore at the age of 18 there was allotted to him an altar-piece that was to be painted for the church of San Nicolo of the Friars Minors. Which having heard, Tiziano so went to work with various means and favours that he took it out of his hands, either to prevent him from being able to display his ability so soon, or perhaps drawn by his desire of gain. Afterwards Paris was summoned to Vicenza to paint a scene in fresco in the loggia of the piazza where justice is administered, beside that of the Judgment of Solomon which Tiziano had previously executed, and he went very willingly, and painted there a story of Noah with his sons, which was held to be a work passing good in diligence and in design, and not less beautiful than that of Tiziano, insomuch that by those who know not the truth, they are considered to be both by the same hand. Having returned to Venice, Paris executed some nudes in fresco at the foot of the bridge of the Rialto, by reason of which essay he was commissioned to paint some facades of houses in Venice. Being then summoned to Treviso, he painted there likewise some facades and other works, and in particular many portraits, which gave much satisfaction, that of the magnificent Messer Alberto Unigo, that of Messer Marco Serravalle, and of Messer Francesco Racquer, of the Canon Rovere, and of Monsignor Alberti. For the Duomo of that city, in an altar-piece in the centre of the church, at the instance of the revered vicar, he painted the Nativity of Jesus Christ, and then a resurrection. For San Francesco he executed another altar-piece at the request of the Chevalier Rovere, another for San Girolamo, and one for Ognissanti, with different heads of saints, both male and female, all beautiful and varied in the attitudes and in the vestments. He executed another altar-piece for San Lorenzo, and in San Polo he painted 3 chapels, in the largest of which he depicted Christ rising from the dead, the size of life, and accompanied by a great multitude of angels. In the second, some saints with many angels about them, and in the third, Jesus Christ upon a cloud, with Our Lady, who is presenting to him Saint Dominic. All these works have made him known as an able man and a lover of his city. In Venice, where he has dwelt almost always, he has executed many works at various times. But the most beautiful, the most remarkable, and the most worthy of praise that Paris ever painted was a scene in the Scuola of San Marco, at Santas Giovanni e Pola, wherein is the story of the fishermen presenting to the Signora of Venice the ring of St. Mark, with a very beautiful building in perspective, about which is seated the Senate with the Doge, among which senators are many portraits from nature, lifelike and well painted beyond belief. The beauty of this work, executed so well and coloured in fresco, was the reason that he began to be employed by many gentlemen. Thus, in the great house of the Foscari, near San Barnaba, he executed many paintings and pictures, and among them a Christ, who, having descended to the limbo of hell, is delivering the Holy Fathers, which is held to be a work out of the ordinary. For the church of San Giobbe in Canal Reo, he painted a most beautiful altar-piece, and for San Giovanni in Bragola another, and the same for San Maria della Celeste and for San Marina. But, knowing that he who wishes to be employed in Venice is obliged to endure too much servitude in paying court to one man or another, Paris resolved, as a man of quiet nature and far removed from certain methods of procedure, whenever an occasion might present itself, to go abroad to execute such works as fortune might set before him, without having to go about begging. Wherefore, having made his way with a good opportunity into France in the year 1538 to serve King Francis, he executed for him many portraits of ladies and other pictures with various paintings, and at the same time he painted for Monseigneur de Guise a most beautiful church picture, and the chamber picture of Venus and Cupid. For the Cardinal of Lorraine he painted a Christ in an Ecce Homo, a Jove with Io, and many other works. He sent to the King of Poland a picture wherein was Jove with a nymph, which was held to be a very beautiful thing. And to Flanders he sent 2 other most beautiful pictures, a Saint Mary Magdalene in the desert accompanied by some angels, and a Diana who is bathing with her nymphs in a fount, which 2 pictures the Milanese Candiano caused him to paint, the physician of Queen Maria, as presents for her Highness. At Augsburg, in the palace of the Fugger family, he executed many works of the greatest importance, to the value of 3,000 crowns. And in the same city he painted for the Prineri, great men in that place, a large picture wherein he counterfeited in perspective all the 5 orders of architecture, which was a very beautiful work, and another chamber picture, which is in the possession of the Cardinal of Augsburg. At Crema he has executed 2 altar-pieces for San Agostino, in one of which is portrayed Signor Giulio Manfrone, representing a Saint George in full armour. The same master has painted many works at Civitale di Belluno, which are extolled, and in particular an altar-piece in San Maria and another in San Joseph, which are very beautiful. He sent to Signor Ottaviano Grimaldo a portrait of him, the size of life and most beautiful, and with it another picture, equal in size, of a very lustful woman. Having then gone to Milan, Paris painted for the church of San Celso an altar-piece with some figures in the air, and beneath them a very beautiful landscape, at the instance, so it is said, of Signor Carlo da Roma, and for the palace of the same lord 2 large pictures in oils, in one Venus and Mars under Vulcan's net, and in the other King David seeing Bathsheba being bathed by her serving women in the fount, and also the portrait of that lord and that of Signora Paula Visconti, his consort, and some pieces of landscape not very large, but most beautiful. At this same time he painted many of Ovid's fables for the Marchese d'Astorga, who took them with him to Spain, and for Signor Tommaso Marini, likewise, he painted many things of which there is no need to make mention. And this much it must suffice to have said of Paris, who, being 75 years of age, lives quietly at home with his comforts, and works for pleasure at the request of certain princes and others his friends, avoiding rivalries and certain vain ambitions, lest he should suffer some hurt, and have his supreme tranquillity and peace disturbed by those who walk not, as he says, in truth, but by dubious ways, malignantly and without charity, whereas he is accustomed to live simply and by a certain natural goodness, and knows nothing of subtleties or astuteness in his life. He has executed recently a most beautiful picture for the Duchess of Savoy, of a Venus and Cupid that are sleeping, guarded by a servant, all executed so well that it is not possible to praise them enough. But here I must not omit to say that a kind of painting which is almost discontinued in every other place, namely mosaic, is kept alive by the most serene Senate of Venice. Of this the benign, and as it were the principal reason, has been Tiziano, who, so far as it has lain in him, has always taken pains that it should be practised in Venice, and has caused honourable salaries to be given to those who have worked at it. Wherefore various works have been executed in the church of San Marco, all the old works have been almost renewed, and this sort of painting has been carried to such a height of excellence as is possible, and to a different condition from that in which it was in Florence and Rome at the time of Giotto, Alesso Baldovinetti, the Ghirlandajo family, and the miniaturist Gherardo. and all that has been done in Venice has come from the design of Tiziano and other excellent painters, who have made drawings and colored cartoons to the end that the works might be carried to such perfection as may be seen in those of the portico of San Marco, where in a very beautiful niche there is a judgment of Solomon so lovely that in truth it would not be possible to do more with colors. In the same place is the genealogical tree of Our Lady by the hand of Lodovico Rosso, all full of sibyls and prophets executed in a delicate manner and put together very well, with a relief that is passing good. But none have worked better in this art in our times than Valerio and Vincenzio Zuccheri of Treviso, by whose hands are stories many and various that may be seen in San Marco, and in particular that of the Apocalypse, wherein around the throne of God are the 4 evangelists in the form of animals, the 7 candlesticks, and many other things executed so well that, looking at them from below, they appear as if done in oil colors with the brush. Besides that, there may be seen in their hands and about them little pictures full of figures executed with the greatest diligence, insomuch that they have the appearance not of paintings only, but of miniatures, and yet they are made of stones joined together. There are also many portraits, the Emperor Charles V, Ferdinand his brother, who succeeded him in the empire, and Maximilian, son of Ferdinand and now emperor, likewise the head of the most illustrious Cardinal Bembo, the glory of our age, and that of the Magnificent, all executed with such diligence and unity, and so well harmonized in the lights, flesh colors, tints, shadows, and every other thing, that there is nothing better to be seen, nor any more beautiful work in a similar material. And it is in truth a great pity that this most excellent art of working in mosaic, with its beauty and everlasting life, is not more in use than it is, and that, by the fault of the princes who have the power, no attention is given to it. In addition to those named above, there has worked in mosaic at San Marco, in competition with the Zuccheri, one Bartolomeo Bozzato, who also has acquitted himself in his works in such a manner as to deserve undying praise. But that which has been of the greatest assistance to all in this art is the presence and advice of Tiziano, of whom, besides the men already named and many more, another disciple, helping him in many works, has been one Girolamo, whom I know by no other name than Girolamo di Tiziano. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Jacopo Sansovino, Part 1. Description of the works of Jacopo Sansovino, sculptor of Florence. The while that Andrea Contucci, the sculptor of Monte Sansovino, having already acquired in Italy and Spain the name of the most excellent sculptor and architect that there was in art after Buonarroti, was living in Florence in order to execute the 2 figures of marble that were to be placed over that door of the temple of Saint Giovanni, which faces toward the Misericordia. A young man was entrusted to him to be taught the art of sculpture, the son of Antonio di Jacopo Tatti, whom nature had endowed with a great genius, so that he gave much grace to the things that he did in relief. Whereupon Andrea, having recognized how excellent in sculpture the young man was destined to become, did not fail to teach him with all possible care all those things which might make him known as his disciple. And so, loving him very dearly, and doing his best for him, with much affection, and being loved by the young man with equal tenderness, people judged that the pupil would not only become as excellent as his master, but would by a great measure surpass him. And such were the reciprocal friendliness and love between these two, as it were between father and son, that Jacopo in those early years began to be called no longer Tati, but Sansovino, and so he has always been and always will be. Now Jacopo, beginning to exercise his hand, he was so assisted by nature in the things that he did, that although at times he did not use much study and diligence in his work, nevertheless in what he did there could be seen facility, sweetness, grace, and a certain delicacy very pleasing to the eyes of a craftsman, insomuch that his every sketch, rough study, and model has always had a movement and a boldness that nature is wont to give to but few sculptors. Moreover, the friendship and intercourse that Andrea del Sarto and Jacopo Sansovino had with each other in their childhood and then in their youth assisted not a little both the one and the other, for they followed the same manner in design and had the same grace in execution, one in painting and the other in sculpture, and conferring together on the problems of art, and Jacopo making models of figures for Andrea. They gave one another very great assistance, and that this is true a proof is that in the altarpiece of St. Francesco, belonging to the nuns of the Via Pantalini, there is a St. John the Evangelist, which was copied from a most beautiful model in clay that Sansovino made in those days, in competition with Baccio da Montelupo. For the guild of poor Santa Maria wished to have a bronze statue of 4 braccia made for a niche at the corner of Orsa Michel, opposite to the wool shearers, for which Jacopo made a more beautiful model in clay than Baccio. But nevertheless it was allotted to Montelupo, from his being an older master, rather than to Sansovino, although his work, young as he was the better. That model, which was a very beautiful thing, is now in the possession of the heirs of Nanni Ungaro, for which Nanni, being then his friend, Sansovino made some models of large boys in clay, and the model for a figure of St. Nicholas of Tolentino, which were all executed of the size of life in wood, with the assistance of Sansovino, and placed in the chapel of that saint in the church of St. Spirito, becoming known for these reasons to all the craftsmen of Florence, and being considered a young man of fine parts and excellent character. Jacopo was invited by Giuliano da San Gallo, architect to Pope Julius II, to Rome, vastly to his satisfaction, and then, taking extraordinary pleasure in the ancient statues that are in the Belvedere, he set himself to draw them, whereupon Bramante, who was likewise architect to Pope Julius, holding the first place at that time and dwelling in the Belvedere, having seen some drawings by this young man, and a nude recumbent figure of clay in full relief, holding a vessel to contain ink, which he had made, liked them so much that he took him under his protection and ordered him that he should make a large copy in wax of the Laocoon, which he was having copied also by others, in order to take a cast in bronze, namely by Zaccaria Zacchi of Volterra, the Spaniard Alonso Barraghetta, and Vecchio of Bologna. These, when all were finished, Bramante caused to be seen by Raffaele Sanzio of Urbina, in order to learn which of the 4 had acquitted himself best, whereupon it was judged by Raffaello that Sansovino, young as he was, had surpassed the others by a great measure. Then, by the advice of Cardinal Domenici Grimani, orders were given to Bramante that he should have Jacopo's copy cast in bronze, and so the mold was made, and the work, being cast in metal, came out very well. And afterwards, having been polished, it was given to the cardinal, who held it as long as he lived, not less dear than if it had been the antique. And when he came to die, he left it as a very rare thing to the most serene Signora of Venice, which, having kept it many years in the press of the Hall of the Council of Ten, finally, in the year 1534, presented it to the Cardinal of Lorraine, who took it to France. While Sansovino was acquiring greater fame every day in Rome, with his studies in art being held in much consideration, Giuliano da San Gallo, who had been keeping him in his house in the Borgo Vecchio, fell ill, and when he departed from Rome in a litter, in order to go to Florence for a change of air, a room was found for Jacopo by Bramante, likewise in the Borgo Vecchio, in the palace of Domenico della Rovera, Cardinal of San Clemente, where Pietro Perugino was also dwelling, who at that time was painting for Pope Julius the vaulting of the chamber in the Borgia Tower, whereupon Pietro, having seen the beautiful manner of Sansovino, caused him to make many models in wax for himself, and among them a Christ taken down from the cross in the round, with many ladders and figures, which was a very beautiful thing. This and other things of the same sort, and models of various fantasies, were all collected afterwards by Messer Giovanni Gaddi, and they are now in his house on the Piazza di Madonna in Florence. And these works were the reason that Sansovino became very intimately associated with Maestro Luca Signorelli, the painter of Cortona, with Bramantino di Milano, with Bernardino Pinturicchio, with Cesare Cesarano, who was in repute at that time for his commentaries on Vitruvius, and with many other famous and beautiful intellects of that age. Bramante then, desiring that Sansovino should become known to Pope Julius, arranged to have some antiques restored by him, whereupon Jacopo, setting to work, displayed such diligence and so much grace in restoring them, that the Pope and all who saw them judged that nothing better could be done. These praises so spurred Sansovino to surpass himself, that, having given himself beyond measure to his studies, and being also somewhat delicate in constitution, and suffering from some excess such as young men commit, he became so ill that he was forced for the sake of his life to return to Florence, where, profiting by his native air, by the advantage of his youth, and by the diligence and care of the physicians, in a short time he completely recovered. Now Messer Piero Pitti was arranging at that time to have a Madonna of marble made for that facade of the Mercato Nuovo in Florence, where the clock is, and it appeared to him, since there were in Florence many young men of ability, and also old masters, that the work should be given to that one among them who might make the best model, whereupon one was given to Baccio da Montelupo to execute, one to Zaccaria Zacchi of Volterra, who had likewise returned to Florence the same year, another to Baccio Bandinelli, and yet another to Sansovino. And when these were placed in comparison, the honor and the work were given by Lorenzo di Credi, an excellent painter and a person of judgment and probity, and likewise by the other judges, craftsmen and connoisseur, to Sansovino. But although the work was therefore allotted to him, nevertheless so much delay was caused in procuring and conveying the marble for him by the envious machinations of Alvarado di Felicia, who greatly favored Bandinelli and hated Sansovino, that he was ordered by certain other citizens, having perceived that delay, to make one of the large apostles in marble that were going into the church of St. Maria del Fiore. Wherefore, having made the model of St. James, which model, when the work was finished, came into the possession of Messer Bindo Altovetti, he began that figure and, continuing to work at it with all diligence and study, he carried it to completion so perfectly that it is a miraculous figure and shows in all its parts that it was wrought with incredible study and care. The draperies, arms and hands, being undercut and executed with such art and such grace that there is nothing better in marble to be seen. Thus, Sansovino showed in what way undercut draperies should be executed, having made these so delicate and so natural that in some places he reduced the marble to the thickness that is seen in real folds and the edges and hems of the borders of draperies. A difficult method, and one demanding much time and patience if you wish that it should so succeed as to display the perfection of art. That figure remained in the Office of Works from the time when it was finished by Sansovino until the year 1565, at which time, in the month of December, it was placed in the church of Saint Maria del Fiore to do honor to the coming of Queen Joanna of Austria, the wife of Don Francesco de' Medici, Prince of Florence and Siena, and there it is kept as a very rare work, together with the other apostles, likewise in marble, executed in competition by other craftsmen, as has been related in their lives. At the same time, he made for Messer Giovanni Gaddi a Venus of marble on a shell, of great beauty, as was also the model, which was in the house of Messer Francesco Montevarchi, a friend of these arts, but came to an evil end in the inundation of the river Arno in the year 1558. He also made a boy of tow and a swan as beautiful as could be of marble, by the same Monsieur Giovanni Gaddi, together with many other things which are all in his house. For Messer Bindo Altoviti, he had a chimney-piece of great cost made, all in grey stone, carved by Benedetto da Ravasano, which was placed in his house in Florence, and Messer Bindo caused Sansovino to make a scene with little figures for placing in the frieze of that chimney-piece, with Vulcan and other gods, which was a very rare work, but much more beautiful are two boys of marble that were above the crown of the chimney-piece, holding some arms of the Alto Viti in their hands, which have been removed by Signor Don Luigi di Toledo, who inhabits the house of the above-named Messer Bindo, and placed about a fountain in his garden behind the Serviti friars in Florence. Two other boys of extraordinary beauty, also of marble and by the same hand, who are likewise holding an escutcheon, are in the house of Giovan Francesco Ridolfi. All these works caused Sansovino to be held by the men of art and by all Florence to be a most excellent and gracious master, on which account Giovanni Bartolini, having caused a house to be built in his garden at Golfondo, desired that Sansovino should make for him a young Bacchus in marble, of the size of life, whereupon the model for this was made by Sansovino, and it pleased Giovanni so much that he had him supplied with the marble, and Jacopo began it with such eagerness that his hands and brain flew as he worked. This work, I say, he studied in such a manner, in order to make it perfect, that he set himself to portray from the life, although it was winter, an assistant of his called Pippo del Fabbro, making him stand naked a good part of the day, which Pippo would have become a capable craftsman, for he was striving with every effort to imitate his master, but whether it was the standing naked with the head uncovered at that season, or that he studied too much and suffered hardships, before the Bacchus was finished he went mad, copying the attitudes of that figure. And this he showed one day that it was raining in torrents, when, Sansovino calling out, "Pippo," and he not answering, the master afterwards saw him mounted on the summit of a chimney, on the roof, wholly naked and striking the attitude of his Bacchus. At other times, taking a sheet or other large piece of cloth and wetting it, he would wrap it round his naked body, as if he were a model of clay or rags, and arranged the folds, and then, climbing up to some extraordinary place, and setting himself now in one attitude and now in another, as a prophet, an apostle, a soldier, or something else. He would have himself portrayed, standing thus for a period of 2 hours without speaking, not otherwise than as if he had been a motionless statue. Many other amusing follies of that kind poor Pippo played, but above all he was never able to forget the Bacchus that Sansovino had made, save only when he died a few years afterwards. But to return to the statue, when it was carried to completion, it was held to be the most beautiful work that had ever been executed by a modern master, seeing that in it Sansovino overcame a difficulty never yet attempted, in making an arm raised in the air and detached on every side, which holds between the fingers a cup all cut out of the same marble with such delicacy that the attachment is very slight, besides which the attitude is so well conceived and balanced on every side, and the legs and arms are so beautiful and so well proportioned and attached to the trunk, that to the eye and to the touch the whole seems more like living flesh, insomuch that the fame that it has from all who see it is well deserved, and even more. This work, I say, when finished, while Giovanni was alive, was visited in that courtyard in the Golfondo by everyone, native and stranger alike, and much extolled. But afterwards, Giovanni being dead, his brother Geraldo Bartolini presented it to Duke Cosimo, who keeps it as a rare thing in his apartments, together with other most beautiful statues of marble that he possesses. For the same Giovanni, Sansovino made a very beautiful crucifix of wood, which is in their house in company with many works by the ancients and by the hand of Michelangelo. In the year 1514, when festive preparations of great richness were to be made in Florence for the coming of Pope Leo X, orders were given by the Signora and by Giuliano de' Medici that many triumphal arches of wood should be made in various parts of the city, whereupon Sansovino not only executed the designs for many of these, but himself undertook in company with Andrea del Sarto to construct the facade of St. Maria del Fiore, all of wood, with statues, scenes, and architectural orders, exactly in the manner wherein it would be well for it to be in order to remove all that there is in it of the German order of composition. Having therefore set his hand to this, to say nothing in this place of the awning of cloth that used to cover the piazza of San Maria del Fiore and that of St. Giovanni for the festival of St. John, and for others of the greatest solemnity, since we have spoken sufficiently of this in another place. Beneath that awning, I say, Sansovino constructed the set facade in the Corinthian order, making it in the manner of a triumphal arch, and placing upon an immense base double columns on each side, and between them certain great niches filled with figures in the round that represented the apostles. Above these were some large scenes in half-relief, made in the likeness of bronze, with stories from the Old Testament, some of which are still to be seen in the house of the Lanfordini on the bank of the Arno, and over them followed architraves, friezes, and cornices, projecting outwards, and then frontispieces of great beauty and variety, and in the angles of the arches, both in the wide parts and below, were stories painted in chiaroscuro by the hand of Andrea del Sarto, and very beautiful. In short, this work of Sansovino's was such that Pope Leo, seeing it, said that it was a pity that the real facade of that temple was not so built, which was begun by the German Arnolfo. The same Sansovino made among these festive preparations for the coming of Leo X, besides the said facade, a horse in the round all of clay and shearings of woolen cloth, in the act of rearing, and under it a figure of 9 braccia upon a pedestal of masonry, which work was executed with such spirit and force that it pleased Pope Leo and was much extolled by him. Wherefore, Sansovino was taken by Jacopo Salviato to kiss the feet of the Pope, who showed him many marks of affection. The Pope departed from Florence and had a conference at Bologna with King Francis I of France, and then he resolved to return to Florence, whereupon orders were given to Sansovino that he should make a triumphal arch at the port of St. Gallo, and he, not falling back in any way from his own standard, executed it similar to the other works that he had done, namely, beautiful to a marvel, and full of statues and painted pictures wrought excellently well. His Holiness having then determined that the facade of St. Lorenzo should be executed in marble, the while that Raffaello da Urbino and Buonarroti were expected from Rome, Sansovino, by the order of the Pope, made a design for it, which, giving much satisfaction, Braccio d'Agnolo was commissioned to make a model of it in wood, which proved very beautiful. Meanwhile, Buonarroti had made another, and he and Sansovino were ordered to go to Pietrasanta, where, finding much marble, but difficult to transport, they lost so much time that when they returned to Florence they found the Pope departed for Rome. Whereupon, both following after him with their models, each by himself, Jacopo arrived at the very moment when Buonarroti's model was being shown to His Holiness in the Torre Borgia. But he did not succeed in obtaining what he hoped, because, whereas he believed that he would at least make unto Michelangelo part of the statues that were going into that work, the Pope having spoken of it to him and Michelangelo, having given him so to understand, he perceived in arriving in Rome that Buonarroti wished to be alone in the work. Nevertheless, having made his way to Rome and not wishing to return to Florence without any result, he resolved to remain in Rome and there give his attention to sculpture and architecture. And so, having undertaken to execute for the Florentine Giovan Francesco Martelli a Madonna in marble larger than life, he made her most beautiful, with the child in her arms, and this was placed upon an altar within the principal door of St. Agostino, on the right hand as one enters. The clay model of the statue he presented to the Priori di Sosviati in Rome, which placed it in a chapel in his palace on the corner of the Piazza di San Pietro, at the beginning of the Borgo Novo. After no long lapse of time, he made for the altar of the chapel that the very Reverend Cardinal Alborenz had caused to be built in the Church of the Spaniards in Rome, a statue in marble of 4 braccia, worthy of no ordinary measure of praise, of a St. James, which has a movement full of grace and is executed with judgment and perfect art, so that it won him very great fame. And the while that he was executing these statues, he made the ground plan and model, and then began the building of the Church of St. Marcello for the Servant Friars, a work of truly great beauty. Continuing to be employed in matters of architecture, he built for Messer Marco Cofcia a very beautiful loggia on the road that leads to Rome, a Ponte Mole on the Via Appia, for the Company of the Crocifisso, attached to the Church of St. Marcello. He made a crucifix for carrying in procession, a thing full of grace, and for Cardinal Antonio di Monti, he began a great fabric at his villa without Rome, on the Aqua Vergine. and by the hand of Jacopo, perhaps, is a very beautiful portrait in marble of that elder Cardinal de' Monti, which is now in the palace of Signor Fabiano at Monte Sansovino, over the door of the principal chamber of the hall. He directed also the building of the house of Messer Luigi Leone, a most commodious edifice, and in the Bracci, a palace beside the house of the Gaddi, which was brought forward by Filippo Strozzi, certainly a commodious and most beautiful fabric, with many ornaments. At this time, with the favor of Pope Leo, the Florentine colony had bestirred itself out of emulation of the Germans, Spaniards, and Frenchmen, who had either begun or finished the churches of their colonies in Rome, and had begun to perform their solemn offices in those already built and adorned. And the Florentines had sought leave, likewise, to build a church for themselves, for which the Pope, having given instructions to Lodovico Caponi, the consul of the Florentine colony at that time, it was determined that behind the Banchi, at the beginning of the Strada Giulia, on the bank of the Tiber, an immense church should be built, to be dedicated to St. John the Baptist, which might surpass in magnificence, grandeur, cost, ornamentation, and design the churches of all the other colonies. There competed, then, in making designs for this work, Raffaello da Urbino, Antonio da San Gallo, Baldassare da Siena, and Sansovino, and the Pope, when he had seen all their designs, extolled as the best that of Sansovino, because, besides other things, he had made at each of the four corners of that church a tribune, and a larger tribune in the center, after the likeness of the plan that Sebastiano Serlio placed in his second book on architecture, whereupon all the heads of the Florentine colony, concurring with the will of the Pope, with much approval of Sansovino, the foundations were begun for a part of that church, altogether 22 canon in length. But there, being not enough space, and yet wishing to make the facade of the church in line with the houses of the Strada Giulia, they were obliged to stretch out into the stream of the Tiber at least 15 cana, which, pleasing many of them, because the grandeur as well as the cost was increased by making the foundations in the river. Work was begun on this, and they spent upon it more than 40,000 crowns, which would have been enough to build half the masonry of the church. In the meantime, Sansovino, who was head of this fabric, while the foundations were being laid little by little, had a fall and suffered a serious injury, and after a few days he had himself carried to Florence for treatment, leaving the charge of laying the rest of the foundations, as has been related, to Antonio da San Gallo. But no long time passed before the Florentine colony, having lost by the death of Leo so great a support and so splendid a prince, abandoned the building for the duration of the life of Pope Adrian VI. Then, Clement having been elected, it was ordained, in order to pursue the same order and design, that Sansovino should return and carry on that fabric in the same manner wherein he had first arranged it, and so a beginning was made once more with the work. Meanwhile, Sansovino undertook to make the tomb of the Cardinal of Aragon and that of Cardinal Aragonese, and he had caused work to be begun on the marbles for the ornaments, and had made many models for the figures, and already Rome was in his hands, and he was executing many works of the greatest importance for all those lords, when God, in order to chastise that city and abate the pride of the inhabitants of Rome, permitted that Bourbon should come with his army on the 6th of May, 1527, and that the whole city should be sacked and put to fire and sword. In that ruin, besides many other beautiful intellects that came to an evil end, Sansovino was forced to his great loss to depart from Rome and to fly to Venice, intending from there to pass into France to enter the service of the king, whither he had already been invited, but halting in that city in order to make himself ready and provide himself with many things, for he was despoiled of everything. It was announced to the Prince Andrea Gritti, who was much the friend of every talent, that Jacopo Sansovino was there, whereupon there came to Gritti a desire to speak with him, because at that very time Cardinal Domenico Grimani had given him to understand that Sansovino would have been the man for the cupolas of St. Marco, their principal church, which, because of age and of weak foundations, and also from their being badly secured with chains, were all opening out and threatening to fall. And so he had him summoned. After many courtesies and long discussions, he said to Sansovino that he wished, or rather prayed him, that he should find a remedy for the ruin of those tribunes, which Sansovino promised to do, and to put it right. And so, having agreed to do the work, he caused it to be taken in hand, and having contrived all the scaffolding in the interior and made supports of beams after the manner of stars, he propped in the central hollow of woodwork all the timbers that sustained the vault of each tribune, and encircled them on the inner side with curtains of woodwork, going on them to bind them on the outside with chains of iron, to flank them with new walls, and to make at the foot new foundations for the piers that supported them, insomuch that he strengthened them vastly and made them forever secure, by doing which he caused all Venice to marvel, and not only satisfied Gritti, but also, which was far more, rendered his ability so clearly manifest to that most illustrious Senate, that when the work was finished, the protomaster of the Lords Procurators of St. Mark being dead, which is the highest office that those lords give to their architects and engineers, they gave it to him, with the usual house and a passing handsome salary. Whereupon Sansovino, having accepted it most willingly, and freed his mind of all doubt, became the head of all their fabrics, with honor and advantage for himself. End of section 17. Section 18 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9, of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Jacopo Sansovino, Part 2. First, then, he erected the public building of the Mint, which he designed and distributed in the interior with so much order and method for the convenience and service of the many artificers, that in no place is there a treasury ordered so well, or with greater strength than that one, which he adorned altogether in the rustic order, very beautifully, which method, not having been used before in Venice, caused no little marvel in the men of that city. Wherefore, having recognized that the genius of Sansovino was equal to their every need in the service of the city, they caused him to attend for many years to the fortifications of their state. Nor did any long time pass before he took in hand, by order of the Council of Ten, the very rich and beautiful fabric of the Library of St. Marco, opposite to the Palazzo della Signoria, with such a wealth of carvings, cornices, columns, capitals, and half-length figures over the whole work, that it is a marvel, and it is all done without any sparing of expense, so that up to the present day it has cost 150,000 ducats, and it is held in great estimation in that city, because it is full of the richest pavements, stucco work, and stories, distributed among the halls of the building, with public stairs adorned by various pictures, as has been related in the life of Battista Franco, besides many other beautiful appurtenances, and the rich ornaments that it has at the principal door of entrance, which give it majesty and grandeur, making manifest the ability of Sansovino. This method of building was the reason that in that city, into which up to that time there had never entered any method save that of making their houses and palaces with the same order, each one always continuing the same things with the same measure and ancient use, without varying according to the sites as they found them, or according to convenience. This, I say, was the reason that buildings both public and private began to be erected with new designs and better order. The first palace that he built was that of Messer Giorgio Canaro, a most beautiful work, erected with all proper appurtenances and ornaments at a cost of 70,000 crowns, moved by which a gentleman of the Delfino family caused Sansovino to build a smaller one at a cost of 30,000 crowns, which was much extolled and very beautiful. Then he built that of Moro at a cost of 20,000 crowns, which likewise was much extolled, and afterwards many others of less cost in the city and the neighborhood. Wherefore it may be said that at the present day, that magnificent city, in the quantity and quality of her sumptuous and well-conceived edifices, shines resplendent, and is in that respect what she is through the ability, industry, and art of Jacopo Sansovino, who therefore deserves the highest praise, seeing that with those works he has been the reason that the gentlemen of Venice have introduced modern architecture into their city. In that not only has that been done there, which has passed through his hands, but also many, nay, innumerable other works, which have been executed by other masters, who have gone to live there and have achieved magnificent things. Jacopo also built the fabric of the loggia in the Piazza di St. Marco, in the Corinthian order, which is at the foot of the campanile of the said St. Marco, with a very rich ornamentation of columns, and 4 niches, in which are 4 figures the size of life and in bronze, of supreme beauty, and that work formed, as it were, a base of great beauty to the said campanile, which at the foot has a breadth on one of the sides of 35 feet, which is about the extent of Sansovino's ornamentation, and a height from the ground to the cornice, where are the windows of the bells, of 160 feet. From the level of that cornice to the other above it, where there is a corridor, is 25 feet, and the other dado above is 28 feet and a half high. And from that level of the corridor to the pyramid, spire or pinnacle, whatever it may be called, is 60 feet. At the summit of that pinnacle, the little square upon which stands the angel is 6 feet high, and the said angel which revolves is 10 feet high, insomuch that the whole height comes to be 292 feet. He also designed and executed for the scuola, or rather, confraternity and company of the Misericordia, the fabric of that place, an immense building which cost 150,000 crowns, and he rebuilt the church of St. Francesco della Vigna, where the Flet de Secoli had their seat, a vast work of much importance. Not for all this, the while that he has been giving his attention to so many buildings, has he ever ceased from executing every day for his own delight great and beautiful works of sculpture, in marble and in bronze, and over the holy water font of the friars of the Quadranda there is a statue executed in marble by his hand, representing a St. John the Baptist, very beautiful and much extolled. At Padua, in the chapel of the Santo, there is a large scene in marble by the same hand, with very beautiful figures in half relief, of a miracle of St. Anthony of Padua, which scene is much esteemed in that place. For the entrance of the stairs of the Palace of St. Marco, he is even now executing in marble, in the form of two most beautiful giants, each of 7 brachia, a Neptune and a Mars, signifying the power that is exercised both on land and on sea by that most illustrious republic. He made a very beautiful statue of a Hercules for the Duke of Ferrara. And for the Church of St. Marco, he executed 4 scenes of bronze in half relief, 1 braccio in height and 1½ in length, for placing around a pulpit, and containing stories of that evangelist, which are held in great estimation for their variety. Over the door of the same St. Marco, he has made a Madonna of marble, the size of life, which is held to be a very beautiful thing. And at the entrance of the sacristy in that place, there is by his hand the door of bronze, divided into 2 most beautiful parts, with stories of Jesus Christ all in half relief, and wrought excellently well. And over the door of the arsenal, he has made a very lovely Madonna of marble, who is holding her son in her arms. All which works not only have given luster and adornment to that republic, but also have caused Sansovino to become daily more known as a most excellent craftsman, and to be loved by those signori, and honored by their magnificent liberality, and likewise by the other craftsmen. For every work of sculpture and architecture that has been executed in that city in his time has been referred to him. And in truth, the excellence of Jacopo has well deserved to be held in the first rank in that city among the craftsmen of design, and his genius is rightly loved and revered by all men, both nobles and plebeians, for the reason that, besides other things, he has brought it about, as has been said, with his knowledge and judgment, that that city has been almost entirely made new, and has learned the true and good manner of building. But if she has received from him beauty and adornment, he, on the other hand, has received many benefits from her. Thus, in addition to other things, he has lived in her, from the time when he first went there to the age of 78 years, full of health and strength, and the air and that sky have done so much for him that he does not seem, one might say, more than 40. He has had, and still has, from a most talented son, a man of letters, 2 grandchildren, 1 male and the other female, both of them pictures of health and beauty, to his supreme contentment. And what is more, he is still alive, full of happiness and with all the greatest conveniences and comforts that any man of his profession could have. He has always loved his brother craftsmen, and in particular, he has been very much the friend of the excellent and famous Tiziano, as he also was of Messer Pietro Aretino during his lifetime. For all these reasons, I have judged it well to make this honorable record of him, although he is still living, and particularly because now he is by way of doing little in sculpture. Sansovino had many disciples in Florence. Nicola, called Tribolo, has been related, and Solisomeo da Settigliana, who finished, with the exception of the large figures, the whole of the tomb in marble that is at Monte Cassino, wherein is the body of Piero de' Medici, who was drowned in the river Gagliani. His disciple likewise was Girolamo di Ferrara, called Lombardo, of whom there has been an account in the life of Benevento Garofalo of Ferrara, which Girolamo has learned his art both from the first Sansovino and from the second one in such a manner that, besides the work at Loreto of which we have spoken, both in marble and in bronze, he has executed many works in Venice. This master, although he came under Sansovino at the age of 30, and knowing little of design, being rather a man of letters and a courtier than a sculptor, although he had previously executed some works in sculpture, nevertheless applied himself in such a manner that in a few years He made the proficience that may be perceived in his works in half-relief that are in the fabrics of the library and the loggia of the Campanile of St. Marco, in which he acquitted himself so well that he was afterwards able to make himself alone the statues of marble and the prophets that he executed, as has been related, at the Madonna of Loreto. A disciple of Sansovino also was Jacopo Colonna, who died at Bologna 30 years ago while executing a work of importance. This Jacopo made for the Church of St. Salvador in Venice a nude St. Jerome of marble, still to be seen in a niche near the organ, which was a beautiful figure and much extolled. And for St. Croce della Giudecca, he made a Christ also nude and of marble, who is showing his wounds, a work of beautiful artistry. And likewise for St. Giovanni Nuovo 3 figures, St. Dorothy, St. Lucia, and St. Catherine. In St. Marina may be seen a horse with an armed captain upon it, by his hand, and all these works can stand in comparison with any that are in Venice. In Padua, for the Church of St. Antonio, he executed in stucco the said saint and St. Bernardino, clothed. Of the same material he made for Messer Luigi Canaro a Minerva, a Venus, and a Diana, larger than life and in the round, in marble a Mercury, and in terracotta a nude Marzio as a young man, who is drawing a thorn from his foot, or rather, showing that he has drawn it out. He holds the foot with one hand, looking at the wound, and with the other hand seems to be about to cleanse it with the cloth, which last work, because it is the best that Jacopo ever did, the said Messer Luigi intends to have cast in bronze. For the same patron he made another Mercury of stone, which was afterward presented to Duke Federico of Mantua. Another disciple of Sansovino was Tiziano di Padova, a sculptor, who carved some little figures of marble in the loggia of the Campanile of St. Marco at Venice, and in the church of the same St. Marco there may be seen, likewise fashioned and cast in bronze by him, a large and beautiful cover for a basin in bronze, in the chapel of St. Giovanni. This Tiziano had made a statue of St. John, with which were the 4 evangelists and 4 stories of St. John, wrought with beautiful artistry for casting in bronze. But he died at the age of 35, and the world was robbed of an excellent and valiant craftsman. And by the same hand is the vaulting of the chapel of St. Antonio di Padova, with a very rich pattern of compartments in stucco. He had begun for the same chapel a grating of 5 arches in bronze, which were full of stories of that saint, with other figures in half-relief and low relief, but this also by reason of his death, and of the disagreement of those who had the charge of having it done, remained unfinished. Many pieces of it had already been cast, which turned out very beautiful, and many others were made in wax when he died, and for the said reason the whole work was abandoned. The same Tiziano, when Vasari executed the above-described decorations for the gentlemen of the Company of the Causa in Canario, made for that work some statues in clay and many terminal figures, and he was employed many times on ornaments for scenic settings, theaters, arches, and other such like things, whereby he won much honor, having executed works all full of invention, fantasy, and variety, and above all, with great rapidity. Pietro da Salo, also, was a disciple of Sansovino, and after having toiled at carving foliage up to the age of 30, finally assisted by Sansovino, who taught him, he set himself to make figures of marble, in which he so delighted and studied in such a manner that in 2 years he was working by himself, to which witness is borne by some passing good works by his hand that are in the tribune of St. Marco, and the statue of a Mars larger than life that is in the facade of the Palazzo Pubblico, which statue was in company with 3 others by the hands of good craftsmen. He also made 2 figures for the apartments of the Council of 10, one male and the other female, in company with 2 others executed by Annise Cantoneo, a sculptor of high renown, who, as will be related, was likewise a disciple of Sansovino, which figures served to adorn a chimney-piece. Pietro made, in addition, 3 figures that are at St. Antonio, in the round and larger than life, and these are a Justice, a Fortitude, and a statue of the Captain General of the Venetian forces, all executed with good mastery. He also made a statue of Justice in a beautiful attitude and with good design, which was placed upon a column in the Piazza of Murano, and another in the Piazza del Rialto in Venice, as a support for that stone where public proclamations are made, which is called the Gobbo di Rialto, and these works have made him known as a very good sculptor. For the Santo in Padua, he made a very beautiful Thetis, and a Bacchus who is squeezing a bunch of grapes into a cup, which figure, the most difficult that he ever executed and the best, he left at his death to his children, who have it still in their house, seeking to sell it to him who shall best recognize and reward the labor that their father endured for it. Likewise, a disciple of Jacopo was Alessandro Vittorio of Trento, a most excellent sculptor and much the friend of study, who with a very beautiful manner has shown in many works that he has executed, as well in stucco as in marble, that he has a ready brain and a lovely style, and that his labors are worthy to be held in estimation. By the hand of this Alessandro in Venice, at the principal door of the library of St. Marco, are 2 great women of stone, each 10 palms high, which are full of grace and beauty and worthy to be much extolled. He has made 4 figures for the tomb of the Contarini in the Santo of Padua, 2 slaves, or rather captives, with a fame and a Thetis, all of stone, and an angel 10 feet high, a very beautiful statue, which has been placed upon the campanile of the Duomo in Verona. And to Dalmatia he sent 4 apostles also of stone, each 5 feet high, for the Cathedral of Trau. He made also some figures in silver for the Scolo of St. Giovanni Evangelista in Venice, which were all in full relief and rich in grace, and a St. Teodoro of 2 feet in silver in the round. For the chapel of the Grimani in St. Sebastiano, he wrought 2 figures in marble, each 3 feet high, and then he made a Pieta with 2 figures of stone held to be good, which are at St. Salvador in Venice. He made a Mercury held to be a good figure for the pulpit of the Palazzo di St. Marco, which looks out over the piazza. And for St. Francesco della Vigna, he made 3 figures large as life, St. Anthony, St. Sebastian, and St. Rocco, all of stone and full of beauty and grace and well wrought. For the church of the Crocieri, he made in stucco 2 figures, each 6 feet high, very beautiful, which are placed on the high altar, and of the same material he made, as has been already told, all the ornaments that are in the vaulting of the new staircase of the Palazzo di St. Marco, with various patterns of compartments in stucco, with Battisto Franco, afterwards painted in the spaces the scenes, figures, and grotesques that are there. In like manner, Alessandro executed the ornaments of the staircase of the library of St. Marco, all works of great mastery, and a chapel for the friars minors, and in the altarpiece of marble, which is very large and very beautiful, the Assumption of Our Lady in half relief, with 5 great figures at the foot, which have in them something of the grand, and are made with a beautiful manner, a lovely and dignified flow of draperies, and much diligence of execution, which figures of marble, St. Jerome, St. John the Baptist, St. Peter, St. Andrew, and St. Leonardo, each 6 feet high, are the best of all the works that he has done up to the present. And as a crown to that chapel, on the frontispiece, are 2 figures likewise of marble, each 8 feet high and very graceful. The same Vittoria has executed many portraits in marble, and most beautiful heads, which are good likenesses, such as that of Signor Giovan Battista Ferredo, placed in the church of Saint Stefano, that of Camillo Trevisano, the orator, placed in the church of Saints Giovanni e Polo, the most illustrious Mark Antonio Gramani, likewise placed in the church of Saint Sebastiano, and in Saint Girmiano, the rector of that church. He has also portrayed Messer Andrea Loredano, Monsieur Priano da Legge, and 2 brothers of the Pellegrini family, Monsieur Vintenzio and Monsieur Giovan Battista, both orators. And since Vittoria is young and a willing worker, talented, amiable, desirous of acquiring name and fame, and lastly, very gentle, we may believe that if he lives, we are destined to see most beautiful works come from him, from day to day, worthy of his name of Vittorio, and that, if his life endures, he is like to be a most excellent sculptor, and to win the palm from all the others of that country. There is also one Tommaso di Lugano, a sculptor, who likewise has been many years with Sansovino, and has made with the chisel many figures in the library of St. Marco, very beautiful, in company with others, and then, having left Sansovino, he has made by himself a Madonna with the child in her arms, and at her feet a little St. John, which are all 3 figures of such beautiful form, attitude, and manner, that they can stand among all the other beautiful modern statues that are in Venice, which work is placed in the church of St. Bastiano, and a portrait of the Emperor Charles V, which he made from the breast upwards of marble, has been held to be a marvelous thing, and was very dear to His Majesty. And since Tommaso has delighted to work rather in stucco than in marble or bronze, there are innumerable most beautiful figures by his hand and works executed by him in that material in the houses of various gentlemen of Venice. But it must suffice to have said this much of him. Of the Lombards, finally, it remains for us to make record of Jacopo Brestiano, a young man of 24, who is not long parted from Sansovino. He has given proof at Venice, in the many years that he has been there, of being talented and likely to prove excellent, as he has since shown in the works that he has executed in his native Brescia, and particularly in the Palazzo Pubblico. And if he lives and studies, there will be seen from his hand also things greater and better, for he has a fine spirit and most beautiful gifts. Of our Tuscans, one of the disciples of Sansovino has been the Florentine, Bartolomeo Almanati, of whom record has already been made in many places in this work. This Bartolomeo, I say, worked under Sansovino in Venice, and then in Padua for Messer Marco di Montalvo, a most excellent doctor of medicine, in whose house he made an immense giant from more than one piece of stone for his court, and his tomb with many statues. Afterwards, Almanati, having gone to Rome in the year 1550, they were allotted to him by Giorgio Vasari 4 statues of marble, each of 4 braccia, for the tomb of the old Cardinal di Monte, which Pope Julius III had allotted to Giorgio himself in the church of St. Pietro e Montorio, as will be related, which statues were held to be very beautiful. Wherefore Vasari, having conceived an affection for him, made him known to the said Julius III, who, having ordained what he wanted done, caused him to be set to work, and so both of them, Vasari and Almanati, worked together for a time at the Vigna. But not long afterwards, when Vasari had gone to serve Duke Corsino in Florence, the above-named pope being dead, Almanati, who found himself without work and badly recompensed by that pontiff for his labors in Rome, wrote to Vasari, praying him that, even as he had assisted him in Rome, so he should assist him in Florence with the Duke. Whereupon Vasari, occupying himself with fervor in this matter, introduced him into the service of the Duke, for whom he has executed many statues in marble and in bronze that are not yet in position. For the Garden of Castello, he has made 2 figures in bronze larger than life, namely, a Hercules who is crushing Antaeus, from which Antaeus, in place of his spirit, there issues from the mouth water in great abundance. Finally, Aminati has executed in marble the colossal figure of Neptune that is in the piazza, 10 braccia and a half in height. But since the work of the fountain, in the center of which the said Neptune is to stand, is not finished, I shall say nothing more of it. The same Aminati, as architect, is giving his attention with much honor and praise to the fabric of the Pitti, in which work he has a great opportunity to show the worth and grandeur of his mind, and the magnificence and great spirit of Duke Cassino. I could tell many particulars of this sculptor, but since he is my friend, and another, so I hear, is writing his history, I shall say no more, in order not to set my hand to things that may be related by another, better than I perhaps might be able. It remains for us to make mention, as the last of Sansovino's disciples, of Danance Cantaneo, the sculptor of Carrara, who was already with him in Venice when still a little boy. Parting from his master at the age of 19, he made himself a boy of marble for St. Marco, and a St. Lawrence for the Church of the Friars Minor, for St. Salvador another boy in marble, and for Saints Giovanni e Polo, the statue of a nude Bacchus, who is grasping a bunch of grapes from a vine which twines round a trunk that he has behind his legs, which statue is now in the house of the Mazzanighi at St. Barnaba. He has executed many figures for the Library of St. Marco and for the Loggia of the Campanile, together with others of whom there has been an account above, and, in addition to those named, the 2 that have been mentioned already as being in the apartments of the Council of 10. He made portraits in marble of Cardinal Bembo and Contineri, the Captain General of the Venetian forces, which are both in St. Antonio at Padua, with rich and beautiful ornaments about them, and in the same city of Padua, in St. Giovanni di Vadaro, there is by the same hand the portrait of Messer Girolamo Garganti, a most learned jurist, and for St. Antonio della Guidaca, in Venice, he has made a very lifelike portrait of Giustiano, the lieutenant of the Grand Master of Malta, and of Tepalo, who is 3 times general, but these have not been set in their places. But the greatest work and the most distinguished that Danance has ever executed is a rich chapel of marble, with large figures, in St. Anastasia at Verona, for Signor Icole Fregoso, in memory of Signor Geno, one Lord of Genoa, and then Captain General of the Venetians, in whose service he died. This work is of the Corinthian order, in the manner of a triumphal arch, and divided by 4 great columns round and fluted, with capitals of olive leaves, which rest upon a base of proportionate height, making the space in the center as wide again as one of those at the sides, with an arch between the columns, above which there rest on the capitals the architrave and cornice, and in the center, within the arch, a very beautiful decoration of pilasters, with cornice and frontispiece, and with the ground formed by a tablet of most beautiful black basanite, where there is the statue of a nude Christ, larger than life and in the round, a very good figure, which statue stands in the act of showing the wounds, with a piece of drapery bound round the flanks and reaching between the legs to the ground. Over the ankles of the arch are signs of his passion, and between the columns that are on the right side, it stands upon a pedestal a statue in the round representing Signor Geno Fregoso, fully armed with the antique, save that he shows the arms and legs nude, and he has the left hand upon the pommel of the sword at his girdle, and with the right hand he holds the general's baton, having behind him as a pendant, within the space between the columns, a Minerva in half relief, who, poised in the air, holds with one hand a ducal staff, such as that of the Doges of Venice, and with the other a banner containing the device of St. Mark. Between the two other columns, as the other pendant, is military valor in armor, on her head the helmet crest, with the house leek upon it, and on her cuirass the device of an ermine that stands upon a rock surrounded by mire, with letters that run, Poetis mori cari fodiari, and with the device of the Fregosi, and above is a victory, with a garland of laurel and a palm in the hands. Above the columns, architrave, frieze, and cornice, is another range of pilasters, upon the crowns of which stand two figures of marble in the round, and two trophies likewise in the round, and of the same size as the figures. Of these two statues, one is Fame in the act of taking flight, pointing with the right hand to heaven, and with the trumpet that she is sounding, and this figure has light and most beautiful draperies about the body, and all the rest nude. The other, representing eternity, is clothed in heavier vestments, and stands in majesty, holding in the left hand a round on which she is gazing, and with the right hand she grasps a hem of her garment, wherein are globes that signify the various ages, with the celestial sphere, encircled by the serpent that seizes the tail in the mouth. In the central space above the great cornice, which forms and separates those two other spaces, are three steps upon which are seated two large nude boys, who hold a great shield with the helmet above it, containing the devices of the Fregosi, and below the steps is an epitaph of basanite with large gilded letters. That whole work is truly worthy to be extolled, for Danance executed it with great diligence, and gave beautiful proportion and grace to the composition, and made each figure with great study. And Annise is not only, as has been described, an excellent sculptor, but also a good and much extolled poet, as his works clearly demonstrate, on which account he has always had intercourse and straight friendship with the greatest men and choicest spirits of our age, and of this may serve as a proof the work described above, executed by him with much poetic feeling. By the hand of Denise is the nude statue of the sun above the ornament of the well in the courtyard of the Mint, at Venice, in place of which Signori desired a justice, but Denance considered that in that place the sun is more appropriate. This figure has a bar of gold in the left hand, and in the right a scepter, at the end of which he made an eye, and about the head the rays of the sun, and above all the globe of the world encircled by the serpent that holds the tail in the mouth, with some little mounds of gold above the globe, generated by him. Denance would have liked to make two other statues, that of the moon for silver and another for copper, with that of the sun for gold. But it was enough for those Signori that there should be that of gold, as the most perfect of all the metals. The same Denance has begun another work in memory of Prince Leodano, Doge of Venice, wherein it is hoped that in invention and fantasy he is to surpass by a great measure all his other labors, which work is to be placed in the church of Saints Giovanni e Polo in Venice. But since this master is alive and still constantly at work for the benefit of the world and of art, I shall say nothing more of him, nor of other disciples of Sansovino. I will not omit, however, to speak briefly of some other excellent craftsmen, sculptors, and painters from that dominion of Venice, taking my opportunity from those mentioned above, in order to make an end of speaking of them in this life of Sansovino. End of section 18. Section 19 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Jacopo Sansovino, Part 3. Vicenza, then, has likewise had at various times sculptors, painters, and architects, of some of whom record was made in the life of Vittore Scarpaccia, and particularly of those who flourished in the time of Mantegna, and learned to draw from him, and such were Bartolomeo Montagna, Francesco Verba, and Giovanni Speranza, all painters, by whose hands are many pictures that are dispersed throughout Vicenza. Now in the same city there are many sculptures by the hand of one Giovanni, a carver and architect, which are passing good, although his proper profession has been to carve foliage and animals, as he still does excellently well, although he is old. In like manner, Girolamo Peroni of Vicenza has executed praiseworthy works of sculpture and painting in many places in his city. But among all the masters of Vicenza, he who most deserves to be extolled is the architect Andrea Palladio, from his being a man of singular judgment and brain, as many works demonstrate that were executed by him in his native country and elsewhere, and in particular the Palazzo della Carbonita, a building much renowned, with 2 porticos composed in the Doric order, with very beautiful columns. The same Palladio has erected a palace, beautiful and grand beyond all belief, with an infinity of the richest ornaments, for Count Octavio di Vieri, and another like it for Count Giuseppe di Porto, which could not be more beautiful or magnificent, nor more worthy than it is of no matter how great a prince, and another is being built even now for Count Valerio Ciccati, under the direction of the same master, very similar in majesty and grandeur to the ancient buildings so much extolled. For the Counts of Valmorana, likewise, he has now carried almost to completion another most superb palace, which does not yield in any particular to any of those mentioned above. In the same city, upon the piazza commonly called the Isola, he has built another very magnificent fabric for Signor Valerio Chiricati, and at Pugliano, a place in the Vicentino, a most beautiful house for the Chevalier, Signor Bonifacio Pugliani. In the same territory of Vicenza, at Finale, he has erected another fabric for Messer Biagro Saracenti, and one at Bagnola for Signor Vittore Pisani, with a large and very rich court in the Doric order, with most beautiful columns. Near Vicenza, at the township of Luceria, he has constructed for Signor Giovan Francesco Valmorano another very rich edifice, with 4 towers at the corners, which make a very fine effect. At Mileto, likewise, for Count Francesco Trissino and Lodovico, his brother, he has begun a magnificent palace upon a hill of some eminence, with many ranges of loggie, staircases, and other appurtenances of a via. At Campiglia, likewise in the Vicentino, he is making for Signor Mario Ripetta another similar habitation, with so many conveniences, rich apartments of rooms, loggie, staircases, and chambers dedicated to various virtues, that it will be, when once carried to completion, an abode rather for a king than for a nobleman. At Lonedo, he has built another, in the manner of a villa, for Signor Giuliano di Godi, and at Angarano another for Count Jacopo Angarano, which is truly most beautiful, although it appears a small thing to the great mind of that lord. At Quinto, also near Vicenza, he erected not long ago another palace for Count Marc Antonio Thierry, which has in it more of the grand and the magnificent than I could express. In short, Palladio has constructed so many vast and lovely buildings, within and without Vicenza, that, even if there were no others there, they would suffice to make a very handsome city with most beautiful surroundings. In Venice, the same Palladio has begun many buildings, but one that is marvelous and most notable among them all, in imitation of the houses that the ancients used to build, in the monastery of the Carita. The atrium of this is 40 feet wide and 54 feet long, which are exactly the diameters of the quadrangle, the wings being 1/3 and a half of the length. The columns, which are Corinthian, are 3 feet and a half in thickness and 35 feet high. From the atrium one goes into the peristyle, that is, into a cluster, for thus do the friars call their courts, which, on the side, towards the atrium, is divided into 5 parts, and at the flanks into 7, with 3 orders of columns one above the other, of which the Doric is at the foot, and above it the Ionic and the Corinthian. Opposite to the atrium is the refectory, 2 squares in length, and as high as the level of the peristyle, with its orifices around it, all most commodious. The stairs are spiral, in the form of an oval, and they have neither wall nor column, nor any part in the middle to support them. They are 13 feet wide, and the steps by their position support one another, being fixed in the wall. This edifice is all built of baked stone, that is, of brick, save the bases of the columns, the capitals, the imposts of the arches, the stairs, the surface of the cornices, and the whole of the windows and doors. The same Palladio has built for the Black Friars of St. Benedict in their monastery of St. Giorgio Maggiore in Venice, a very large and most beautiful refectory with its vestibule in front, and has begun to found a new church, with such beautiful ordering, according as the model shows, that, if it is carried to completion, it will prove a stupendous and most lovely work. Besides this, he has begun the facade of the Church of St. Francesco della Vigna, which the very Reverend Grimani, Patriarch of Aquileia, is causing to be made of Istrian stone, with the most magnificent disregard of expense. The columns are 4 palms thick at the foot, 40 palms high, and in the Corinthian order, and already the whole basement of the foot is built. At Cambarari, a place 7 miles distant from Venice, on the river Brenta, the same Palladio has made a very commodious habitation for Monsieur Niccolo and Monsieur Luigi Foscari, gentlemen of Venice. Another he has built at Morocco, a place in the Mestrino, for the Chevalier Messinino. At Piombino, one for Monsieur Giorgio Cornaro, one at Montagnana for the magnificent Monsieur Francesco Pisani, and another at Chignone, in the territory of Padua for Count Adorato di Tien, a gentleman of Vicenza. At Udine, in Friuli, he has built one for Signor Floriano Antomini. At Monto, a township likewise in Friuli, one for the magnificent Monsieur Marcosino, with the most beautiful court and porticos all the way round. And at Frata, a township in the Polesine, a great fabric for Signor Francesco Bottaiara, with some very beautiful and fantastic loggie. In like manner, near Asolo, a place in the territory of Treviso, he has erected a most commodious habitation for the very Reverend Saint Damella Barbara, Patriarch-elect of Aquileia, who has written upon Vitruvius, and for the most illustrious Monsieur Marc Antonio, his brother, with such beautiful ordering that nothing better or greater can ever be imagined. Among other things, he has made there a fountain very similar to that which Pope Julius caused to be made at his Vigna Julia in Rome, with ornaments of stucco and paintings everywhere, executed by excellent masters. In Genoa, Monsieur Luca Giustiano has erected a building with the design of Palladio, which is held to be very beautiful, as are also all those mentioned above. But it would have made too long a story to seek to recount the many particulars of the strange and lovely inventions and fantasies that are in them. But since there is soon to come into the light of day a work of Palladio, in which will be printed 2 books of ancient edifices, and 1 book of those that he himself has caused to be built, I shall say nothing more of him, because this will be enough to make him known as the excellent architect that he is held to be by all who see his beautiful works. Besides which, being still young and attending constantly to the studies of his art, every day greater things may be expected of him. Nor will I admit to say that he has wedded to such gifts a nature so amiable and gentle that it renders him well beloved with everyone. Wherefore he has won the honor of being accepted into the number of academicians of design in Florence, together with Danens, Giuseppe Salviati, Tintoretto, and Battista Farinato of Verona, as will be told in another place, speaking of the said academicians. Bonifacio, a Venetian painter, of whom I have never before received any information, is also worthy to be numbered in the company of these many excellent craftsmen, being a well-practiced and able colorist. This master, besides many pictures and portraits that are dispersed throughout Venice, has executed for the altar of the relics in the church of the Cervantes, in the same city, an altarpiece, wherein is a Christ with the apostles about him, and Philip, who appears to be saying, Domini, ostendi nobis patrum, which is painted with a very good and beautiful manner. And for the altar of the Madonna in the Church of the Nuns of the Spiritu Santo, he has executed another most beautiful altar picture, with a vast number of men, women, and children of every age, who, in company with the Virgin, are adoring a God the Father, who is in the air with many angels about him. Another painter of passing good name in Venice is Jacopo Fallaro, who has painted on the doors of the organ in the Church of the Ingesuati the Blessed Giovanni Colombini receiving his habit in the consistory from the Pope, with a good number of cardinals. Another Jacopo, called Pispolica, has executed an altarpiece for Saint Maria Maggiore in Venice, wherein is Christ in the air with many angels, and below him Our Lady with the apostles. And one Fabrizio Veneziano has painted on the facade of a chapel in the church of Saint Maria Sebenico the consecration of the baptismal font, with many portraits from life executed with beautiful grace and a good manner. Notes. 1. Line 1. The family of the Tati in Florence is recorded in the books of the commune from the year 1300, because, having come from Lucca, a very noble city of Tuscany, it was always abundant in industrious and honored men, and they were most highly favored by the house of Medici. Of this family was born Jacopo, of whom we are writing in this place, and he was born from Antonio, a most excellent person, and from his wife Francesca, in the month of January 1477. In the first years of his boyhood, he was set, as is usual, to learn his letters, and after beginning to show in these vivacity of brain and readiness of spirit, not long afterwards he applied himself of his own accord to drawing, giving evidence in a certain sort that nature was inclining him much more to this kind of work than to letters, for the reason that he went very unwillingly to school, and learned much against his will the scabrous rudiments of grammar. His mother, whom he resembled strongly, perceiving this and fostering his genius, gave him assistance, causing him to be taught design in secret, because she loved the thought that her son should be a sculptor, perchance in emulation of the then rising glory of Michelangelo Buonarroti, who at that time was still quite young, and also moved by a certain fateful augury, in that Michelangelo and this Jacopo had been born in one and the same street, called Via St. Maria, near the Via Ghibellina. Now the boy, after some time, was placed to learn the trade of a merchant, in which, delighting even less than in letters, he did and said so much that he obtained leave from his father to attend without hindrance to that towards which he was urged by nature. There had come to Florence at that time Andrea Contucci of Monte Sansovino, a township near Arezzo, risen to great fame in our days from having been the birthplace of Pope Julius III, which Andrea, having acquired in Italy and in Spain the name of the best sculptor and architect that there was in art after Buonarroti, was staying in Florence in order to execute 2 figures of marble, etc. 2, line 18. And he was executing many works of the greatest importance for all those lords, having been recognized by 3 pontiffs, and especially by Pope Leo, who presented him with the knighthood of St. Pietro, which he sold during his illness, doubting lest he might die, when God, etc. 3, line 22. Having then entered on that office, he began to occupy himself with every care, both in regard to buildings and in the management of the papers and of the books that he held by virtue of his office, acquitting himself with all possible diligence in the affairs of the Church of San Marco, of the commissions, which are a great number, and of the many other matters that are in the charge of those procurators. And he showed extraordinary lovingness towards those signori, in that, having turned his whole attention to benefiting them, and to directing their affairs to the aggrandizement, embellishment, and ornamentation of the church, the city, and the public square, a thing never done by any other in that office. He provided them with various advantages, profits, and revenues by means of his inventions, with his ingenuity of brain and readiness of spirit, yet always with little or no expense to the signori themselves, among which benefits one was this. In the year 1529, there were between the 2 columns in the piazza some butcher's stalls, and also between the one column and the other many wooden cabins to accommodate persons in their natural necessities, a thing most filthy and disgraceful, both for the dignity of the palace and of the Piazza Publica, and for the strangers who, coming into Venice by way of St. Giorgio, saw first of all on arrival that filthiness. Jacopo, after demonstrating to the Prince Gritti the honorable and profitable nature of his design, caused those stalls and cabins to be removed, and placing the stalls where they are now, and making certain places for the sellers of herbs, he obtained for the procurators an additional revenue of 700 ducats, embellishing at the same time the piazza and the city. Not long afterwards, having perceived that in the Mercurio, on the way to the Rialto, near the clock, by removing a house that paid a rent of 26 ducats, a street could be made leading into the Spadario, whereby the rent of the houses and shops all around would be increased. He threw down that house, and increased their revenues by 150 ducats a year. Besides this, by placing on that site the hostelry of the Pellegrino and another in the Campo Rossolo, he brought them in another 400 ducats. He obtained for them similar benefits by the buildings of the Pescaria, and on divers other occasions by many houses and shops and other places belonging to those signori at various times, insomuch that the procurators, having gained by his care a revenue of more than 2,000 ducats, has been rightly moved to love him and to hold him dear. Not long afterwards, by order of the procurators, he set his hand to the very rich and beautiful building of the library, opposite to the Palazzo Pubblico, with such a variety of architecture, for it is both Doric and Corinthian, and such a wealth of carvings, cornices, columns, capitals, and half-length figures throughout the whole work, that it is a marvel, and all without any sparing of expense, since it is full of the richest pavements, stucco work and scenes throughout the halls of that place, and public staircases adorned with various pictures, as has been related in the life of Battista Franca, not to speak of the appurtenances and rich ornaments that it has at the principal door of entrance, which give it majesty and grandeur, demonstrating the ability of Sansovino, which method of building was the reason that in that city, into which there had not entered up to that time any other method but that of building their houses and palaces in one and the same order, each man always continuing the same things with the same measurements and ancient use, without varying according to the sites as they found them, or according to convenience. It was the reason, I say, that buildings both public and private began to be erected with new designs in better order, and according to the ancient teaching of Vitruvius, and that work, in the opinion of those who are good judges and have seen many parts of the world, is without any equal. He then built the palace of Messer Giovanni Delfino, situated on the Grand Canal on the other side from the Rialto, opposite to the Riva del Ferro, at a cost of 30,000 ducats. He built likewise that of Messer Leonardo Moro at St. Girolamo, a work of great cost, which has almost the appearance of a castle. And he erected the palace of Messer Luigi di Garzoni, wider by 13 paces in every direction than is the Fondaco di Tedeschi, with so many conveniences that water runs through the whole fabric, which is adorned with 4 most beautiful figures by Sansovino, which palace is at Ponte Casale, in the neighborhood of Venice. But the most beautiful is the palace of Messer Giorgio Camaro, on the Grand Canal, which, without any doubt surpassing the others in convenience, majesty, and grandeur, is considered perhaps the finest that there is in Italy. He also built, to have done with speaking of private edifices, the Scuola or Confraternity of the Misericordia, a vast work costing 130,000 crowns, which, when carried to completion, will prove to be the most superb edifice in Italy. And his work also is the Church of St. Francesco della Vigna, where the Frati di Soccoli have their seat, a work of great size and importance. But the facade was by another master. The loggia about the campanile of St. Marco, in the Corinthian order, was from his design, with a very rich ornament of columns, and with 4 niches, in which are 4 supremely beautiful figures in bronze, little less than the size of life, which are by his hand, together with various scenes and figures in low relief. That work makes a most beautiful base to the said campanile, which has a thickness on one of the sides of 35 feet, which is about the extent of Sansovino's ornamentation. In height, from the ground to the cornice, where are the windows of the bells, it is 160 feet, from the level of that cornice to the other above it, where the corridor is, 25 feet, and the other dado above has a height of 28 feet and a half. From that level of the corridor up to the pyramid is 60 feet, at the summit of which spire the little square upon rests the angel is 6 feet high, and the said angel, which turns with every wind, is 10 feet high, insomuch that the whole height comes to be 292 feet. But the finest, richest, and strongest of his edifices is the Mint of Venice, all of iron and stone, for there is not in it one single piece of wood, in order to render it absolutely safe from fire, and the interior is distributed with such order and convenience for the sake of the many artificers, that there is not in any part of the world a treasury better ordered, or with greater strength than that one, which he built entirely in the rustic order, and very beautiful, which method, not having been used before in that city, caused the inhabitants to marvel not a little. By his hand also may be seen the church of Saint Spirito on the lagoons, of a very delicate and pleasing workmanship, and in Venice there is the facade of Saint Gimignano, which gives splendor to the piazza. In the Maccaria, the facade of Saint Giuliano, and in Saint Salvador, the very rich tomb of the Prince Francesco Vernero. He also erected in the Rialto on the Grand Canal the new fabrics of the vaults, with such good design that almost every day there assembles there a very convenient market of townsmen and of other persons who flock to that city. And a very marvelous thing and new was that which he did for the Tiepoli of the Misericordia, in that, they having on the canal a great palace with many regal chambers, and the whole building being badly founded in the water, so that it was likely enough that in a few years the edifice would fall to the ground, Sansovino rebuilt all the foundations in the canal below the palace with very large stones, maintaining the house on its feet with a marvelous support of props, while the owners lived in their house with perfect security. Nor for all this, while he has given his attention to so many buildings, has he ever ceased to occupy himself every day for his own delight with vast and beautiful works of sculpture, in marble and in bronze. Over the holy water font of the friars of the Ca' Grande, there is by his hand a statue made of marble, representing St. John the Baptist, which is very beautiful and highly extolled. At Padua, in the chapel of the Santo, there is a large scene in marble by the same hand, with very beautiful figures in half-relief, of a miracle of St. Anthony of Padua, which is much esteemed in that place. For the entrance of the stairs of the palace of St. Marco, he is even now executing in marble in the forms of two very beautiful giants, each of 7 braccia, a Neptune and a Mars, signifying the power which the most illustrious republic has on land and sea. He made a most beautiful statue of Hercules for the Duke of Ferrara, and for the church of St. Marco he made 6 scenes of bronze in half-relief, 1 braccia high and 1.5 long, for placing on a pulpit, with stories of that evangelist, which are held in much estimation for their variety. Over the door of the same St. Marco, he made a Madonna of marble, the size of life, which is held to be a very beautiful thing. And at the entrance to the sacristy of that place, there is by his hand the door of bronze divided into 2 most beautiful parts, with stories of Jesus Christ all in half-relief and wrought excellently well. And over the door of the arsenal, he made a very beautiful Madonna, who is holding her son in her arms of marble. All which works not only have given luster and adornment to that republic, but also have caused Sansovino to be better known every day as an excellent craftsman, and loved and honored by the magnificent liberality of those signori, and likewise by the other craftsmen, every work of sculpture and architecture that has been executed in that city, in his time, being referred to him. And in truth, the excellence of Jacopo has well deserved that he should be held in the first rank among the craftsmen of design in that city, and that his talent should be loved and revered by all without exception, both nobles and plebeians, for the reason that, besides other things, as has been told, with his judgment and knowledge, he has brought it about that the city has been made almost entirely new, and has learned the true and good method of building. 3 most beautiful figures in stucco by his hand also may be seen in the possession of his son, one a Laocoon, another a Venus standing, and the third a Madonna with many children about her, which figures are so rare that in Venice there is seen nothing to equal them. The said son also is in drawing 60 plans of temples and churches of Sansovino's invention, which are so excellent that from the days of the ancients to our own, there have been seen none better, conceived, or more beautiful. These I have heard that the son will publish for the benefit of the world, and already he has had some pieces engraved, accompanying them with designs of the numberless labors that have been carried into execution by Sansovino in various parts of Italy. For all this, although occupied, has been related with the management of so many things, both public and private, and both in the city and abroad, but strangers also ran to him for models and designs of buildings, for figures or for counsel, as did the Duke of Ferrara, who obtained a Hercules in the form of a giant, the Duke of Mantua, and the Duke of Urbino. He was always very zealous in the private and particular service of each of his own lords procurators, who, availing themselves of him both in Venice and elsewhere, and not doing a single thing without his assistance or counsel, kept him continually at work, not only for themselves, but also for their friends and relatives, without any reward, he consenting to endure any inconvenience and fatigue in order to satisfy them. But above all, he was greatly loved and held in infinite price by the Prince Giudice, who delighted in beautiful intellects, by Messer Vittorio Grimani, brother of the Cardinal, and by Messer Giovanni de' Leggi the Chevalier, all procurators, and by Messer Mark Antonio Giustiniano, who became acquainted with him in Rome. For these illustrious men, exalted in spirit and truly regal in mind, being conversant with the affairs of the world and well informed in the noble and excellent arts, soon recognized his merit and how worthy he was to be cherished and esteemed, and availed themselves of him in due measure. And they used to say, in accord with the whole city, that the procurators never had and never would have at any time another equal to him, for they knew very well how celebrated and renowned his name was with the men and princes of intellect in Florence and Rome and throughout all Italy. And everyone held it as certain that not he only, but also his descendants and all his posterity, deserved to be endowed forever in return for his singular genius. Jacopo was in body of ordinary stature, without any fat, and he walked with the person upright. He was white in complexion, with the beard red, and in his youth he was very graceful and handsome, and therefore much beloved by various women of some importance. After he became old, he had a venerable presence, with a beautiful white beard, and walked like a young man, insomuch that, having come to the age of 93, he was still very strong and healthy, and could see every least thing, however distant it might be, without spectacles. And when writing he kept his head erect, not bending over at all as is done by others. He delighted to dress handsomely, and was always very neat in his person, and he always took pleasure in women down to extreme old age, and much loved to talk of them. In his youth, by reason of his excesses, he was not very robust, but when he had become old he never suffered any illness, insomuch that for a period of 50 years, although at times he felt indisposed, he would never avail himself of any physician. Nay, having had an apoplectic stroke for the 4th time at the age of 84, he recovered by staying only 2 months in bed in a very dark and warm place, despising medicines. He had so good a stomach that he was not afraid of anything, making no distinction between food that might be good and food that might be harmful. And in summer, he lived almost entirely on fruits, eating very often as many as 3 cucumbers at a time, and half a citron, in his extreme old age. As for qualities of mind, he was very prudent and foresaw future events in the matters of the present, weighing them against the past, and he was zealous in his affairs, not considering any fatigue, and never left his business to follow pleasures. He discoursed well and with many words upon no matter what subject that he understood, giving many illustrations with much grace, on which account he was very dear both to the great and to the small, and to his friends. And in his last years he had a memory still very fresh, and remembered in detail his childhood, the sack of Rome, and many things, fortunate or unfortunate, that he experienced in his time. He was courageous, and from his youth took delight in contending with those greater than himself, because, he used to say, by contending with the great, a man advances, but against the little he lowers himself. He esteemed honor above everything in the world, wherefore in his affairs he was most loyal and a man of his word, and so pure in heart that no offer, however great, could have corrupted him, although he was put to the test several times by his signori, who for this or for other qualities regarded him not as their protomaster or minister, but as a father and brother, honoring him for his goodness, which was in no way feigned but real. He was liberal with every man, and so loving towards his relatives that he deprived himself of many comforts in order to assist them, although he lived always in repute and honor as one who was observed by everyone. At times he let himself be overcome by anger, which was very great in him, but it soon passed, and very often with a few humble words you could make the tears come to his eyes. He had a surpassing love for the art of sculpture, such a love, indeed, that, to the end that it might be dispersed widely in various parts, he formed many disciples, making, as it were, a seminary of that art in Italy. Among these, very famous were Niccolo Tribolo and Solus Mayo, Florentines, Denhance Cantaneo of Carrara, a Tuscan, of supreme excellence in poetry as well as in sculpture, Girolamo di Ferrara, Jacopo Colonna of Venice, Luca Lancia of Naples, Tiziano di Padova, Pietro da Solo, Bartolomeo Almorato of Florence, at the present-day sculptor and protomaster to the great Duke of Tuscany, and finally Alessandro Vittorio of Trento, a rare master in portraits of marble, and Jacopo di Medici of Brescia, who, reviving the memory of the excellence of their master, have employed their talents on many honored works in various cities. Sansovino was much esteemed by princes, among whom Alessandro di Medici, Duke of Florence, sought his judgment in building the citadel of that city, and Duke Cassino in the year 1540, Sansovino having gone on his affairs to his native city, not only sought his counsel in the matter of that fortress, but also strove to engage him in his service, offering him a good salary, and on his return from Florence, Duke Ercole of Ferrara detained him about his person and proposed various conditions to him, making every effort to keep him in Ferrara. But he, being used to Venice, and finding himself comfortable in that city, where he had lived a great part of his life, and having a singular love for the procurators, by whom he was so much honored, would never listen to any of them. He was also invited by Pope Paul III, who wished to advance him to the charge of St. Pietro in the place of Antonio da San Gallo, and with this Monsignor della Casa, who was then legate in Venice, occupied himself much. But all was in vain, because he said that he was not minded to exchange the manner of life of a republic for that of living under an absolute prince. And King Philip of Spain, on his way to Germany, showed him much kindness at Peschiera, whither Jacopo had gone to see him. He had an immoderate desire of glory, and by reason of that used to spend his own substance on others, not without notable harm to his descendants, in the hope that there might remain some memory of him. Good judges say that although he had to yield to Michelangelo, yet in certain things he was his superior, thus in the fashioning of draperies, in children, and in the expressions of women. Jacopo had no equal, for the reason that his draperies in marble were very delicate and well executed, with beautiful folds and curves that revealed the nude beneath the vestments. His children he made tender and soft, without those muscles that adults have, and with their little arms and legs as if of flesh, insomuch that they were in no way different from the life, and the expressions of his women were sweet and pleasing, and as gracious as could be, as is clearly seen from various Madonnas made by him in many places, of marble and in low relief, and from his statues of Venus and other figures. Now this man, having thus become celebrated in sculpture and in architecture, a master without a rival, and having lived in the grace of mankind and also of God, who bestowed upon him the genius that made him illustrious, as has been related, when he had come to the age of 93, feeling somewhat weary in body, took to his bed in order to rest, in which having lain without any kind of suffering, although he strove to rise and dress himself as if well, for a period of a month and a half, feeling little by little, he asked for the sacraments of the church, which having received, while still hoping to live a few years, he sank gradually and died on the 2nd of November in the year 1570. And although in his old age he had run the whole course of nature, yet his death was a grief to all Venice. He left behind him his son Francesco, born at Rome in the year 1521, a man learned both in the law and in the humanities, from whom Jacopo saw 3 grandchildren born, a male child called, like his grandfather, Jacopo, and 2 female, one called Fiorenza, who died, to his infinite grief and sorrow, and the other Aurora. His body was borne with much honor to his chapel in St. Girmiano, where there was erected to his memory by his son the marble statue made by Jacopo himself while he was alive, with the epitaph given below in memory of his great worth. Jacopo Sansovino Florentino, qui Romi Giulio II, Leone 10th, Clementi 7th, Pont Max, Maxine Gratis, Venetius Architecturi Sculpturesque Intermorturum, Decus Primus et Certivit, Cica e Senator ob Examian Virtutum Liberalita, Honestatis, Summo Savatitas, Morae Decitus, Francisco P. Hockmon, P. Vixit An, 903, Ob V. Cal Dec, 1570. His obsequies were likewise celebrated publicly at the Frari by the Florentine colony, with no slight pomp, and the oration was delivered by Messer Camillo Buonopigli, an excellent man. End of section 19. Section 20 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Leone of Arezzo, and other sculptors and architects. Since that which has been said above, here and there, of the Chevalier Leone, a sculptor of Arezzo, has been said incidentally, it cannot but be well to speak here in due order of his works, which are truly worthy to be celebrated and to pass into the memory of mankind. This Leone, then, having applied himself in the beginning to the goldsmith's art, and having made in his youth many beautiful works, and in particular portraits from life in dyes of steel for metals, became in a few years so excellent that he came to the knowledge of many great men and princes, and particularly of the Emperor Charles V, by whom, having recognized his talents, he was set to works of greater importance than medals. Thus, not long after he became known to His Majesty, he made a statue of that emperor in bronze, larger than life and in the round, which he then finished with a very delicate suit of armor formed of two very thin shells, which can be put on and taken off with ease, and all wrought with such grace that whoever sees the statue when covered does not notice it, and can scarcely believe that it is nude below. And when it is nude, no one would believe without difficulty that it could ever be so well clad in armor. This statue rests on the left leg, and with the right foot tramples on Fury, which is a recumbent figure bound in chains, with the torch beneath it and arms of various kinds. On the base of this work, which is now in Madrid, are these words, Caesaris virtuti fora tomatus. After these statues, Leone made great die for striking medals of His Majesty, and on the reverse, the giants being slain by Jove with thunderbolts. For all which works the emperor gave to Leone a pension of 150 ducats a year on the mint of Milan, with a very commodious house in the Comite di Moroni, and made him a chevalier and of his household, besides giving him many privileges of nobility for his descendants. And while Leone was with His Majesty in Brussels, he had his rooms in the palace of the emperor himself, who at times would go for recreation to see him at work. Not long afterwards, he made another statue of the emperor, in marble, and also those of the Empress and King Philip, and a bust of the same emperor, but placing on high between two panels in bronze. He made, likewise in bronze, the head of Queen Maria, that of Ferdinand, at that time King of the Romans, that of Maximilian his son, now emperor, and that of Queen Leonora with many others, which were placed in the gallery of the Palace of Binch by Queen Maria, who had caused them to be made. But they did not stay there long, because King Henry of France set fire to the building by way of revenge, leaving written there these words, Bella Vole Maria. I say by way of revenge, because a few years before that, Queen had done the same to him. However it may have been done, the work of that gallery did not proceed, and those statues are now partly in the palace of the Catholic King at Madrid, and partly at Alicante, a seaport, from which Her Majesty intended to have them conveyed to Granada, where are the tombs of all the kings of Spain. On returning from Spain, Leone brought with him 2,000 crowns in cash, besides many other gifts and favors that were bestowed upon him by the court. For the Duke of Alva, Leone has executed a head of the Duke, one of Charles V, and another of King Philip. For the very Reverend Bishop of Arras, now Grand Cardinal, called Granvella, he has made some pieces in bronze of an oval form, each of 2 braccia, with rich borders and containing half-length statues. In one is Charles V, in another King Philip, and in the third the Cardinal himself, portrayed from life, and all have bases with little figures of much grace. For Signor Vespasiano Gonzaga, He has made a great bust of bronze and portrait of Alva, which Gonzaga has placed in his house at Sabino Neto. For Signor Cesare Gonzaga, he has executed, likewise in metal, a statue of 4 braccia, which has beneath it another figure that is entwined with the Hydra, in order to denote his father, Don Ferrante, who, by his worth and valor, overcame the vicious envy that had sought to bring him into disgrace with Charles V in the matter of the government of Milan. This statue, which is clad in a toga and armed partly in the ancient and partly in the modern fashion, is to be taken to Castalla and placed there in memory of that Don Ferrante, a most valorous captain. The same Leone has made, as has been told in another place, the tomb of Signor Giovanni Jacopo Medici, Marquis of Marignano, and brother of Pope Pius IV, which stands in the Duomo of Milan, about 28 palms in length and 40 in height. This tomb is all of Carrara marble and adorned with 4 columns, 2 of them black and white, which were sent by the Pope as rare things from Rome to Milan, and 2 others larger, which are of a spotted stone similar to jasper, which are all accommodated under one and the same cornice, an unusual contrivance, by the desire of that Pope, who caused the whole work to be executed after the directions of Michelangelo, excepting only the 5 figures of bronze that are there, which are by the hand of Leone. The first of these, the largest of them all, is the statue of the Marquis himself, standing upright and larger than life, which has in the right hand the baton of a general, and the left hand resting on a helmet that is on a very richly adorned trunk. On the left of this is a smaller statue, representing peace, and on the right another signifying military virtue, and these are seated, and in aspect all sad and sorrowing. Of the 2, which are on high, one is Providence and the other Fame, and between them, on the same level, is a beautiful Nativity of Christ in bronze, in low relief. At the summit of the whole work are 2 figures of marble, which support that Lord's escutcheon of balls. For this work 7,800 crowns were paid, according to the agreement made in Rome by the most illustrious Cardinal Moroni and Signor Gabriele Schiarbelloni. The same master has made for Signor Giovan Battista Castaldo a statue likewise in bronze, which is to be placed in I know not what monastery, with some ornaments. For the above-named Catholic king, he has executed a Christ in marble, more than 3 braccia high, with the cross and with other mysteries of the Passion, which is much extolled. Finally, he has in hand the statue of Signor Alfonso d'Avalos, the Marchese del Vasto, of famous memory, which was entrusted to him by the Marchese di Pescara, his son, 4 braccia high, and likely to prove an excellent figure when cast, by reason of the diligence that he is devoting to its execution, and the good fortune that Leone has always had in his castings. Leone, in order to display the greatness of his mind, the brilliant genius that he has received from nature, and the favor of fortune, has built at great expense and with most beautiful architecture a house in the Contrada di Moroni, so full of fantastic inventions that there is perhaps no other like it in all Milan. In the distribution of the facade, there are upon pilasters 6 captives, each of 6 braccia, and all a pietra viva, and between these, in certain niches, feats in imitation of the antique, with little terminal figures, windows, and cornices, all different from the common use and very graceful, and all the parts below correspond with beautiful order to those above. And the frieze ornaments are all of various instruments of the arts of design. From the principal door one enters by a passage into a courtyard, in the center of which, upon 4 columns, is the horse with the statue of Marcus Aurelius, cast in gesso from the original which is in the Campopidiglio. By means of that statue, he has intended that his house should be dedicated to Marcus Aurelius. And as for the captives, that fancy is interpreted by various persons in various ways. Besides the horse, he has in that beautiful and most commodious habitation, as has been told in another place, as many casts in gesso as he has been able to obtain of famous works in sculpture and casting, both ancient and modern. A son of Leone, called Campeo, who is now in the service of King Philip of Spain, is in no way inferior to his father in executing dies of steel for metals and in casting figures that are marvelous. Wherefore, at the court, he has been a competitor of Giovan Paolo Corrinne, a Florentine, who also works in the service of that king, and has made most beautiful medals. But Pompeo, having served that king many years, intends to return to Milan in order to enjoy his Aurelian house and the other labors of his excellent father, the loving friend of every man of talent. And now to say something of metals and of the steel dies with which they are made. I believe that it may be affirmed with truth that our modern intellects have achieved as much as the ancient Romans once did in the excellence of the figures, and that in the lettering and in other parts they have surpassed them, which may be seen clearly in 12 reverses, besides many others, that Pietro Paolo Galliato has executed recently in the medals of Duke Cassino, and they are these: Pisa restored almost to her pristine condition by means of the Duke, he having drained the country round and dried the marshy places, and having made many other improvements. The waters conducted to Florence from various places, the ornate and magnificent building of the magistrates, erected for the public convenience, the union of the states of Florence and Siena, the building of a city and 2 fortresses in Elba, the column conveyed from Rome and placed on the Piazza di St. Trinita in Florence, the preservation, completion, and enlargement of the Library of St. Lorenzo for the public good, the foundation of the Order of the Knights of St. Stephen, the resignation of the government to the prince, the fortifying of the state, the militia or trained companies of his dominion, and the Pitti Palace with its gardens, waters, and buildings, a work of such regal magnificence, of which reverses I do not give here, either the lettering that they have around them or their explanation, having to treat of them in another place. All these 12 reverses are beautiful to a marvel, and executed with much diligence and grace, as is also the head of the Duke, which is of perfect beauty, and medals and other works in stucco likewise, as I have said on another occasion, are being made of absolute perfection at the present day. And recently, Mario Capocaccio of Ancona has executed with colored stucco in little cases, heads and portraits that are truly most beautiful, such as a portrait of Pope Pius V, which I saw not long since, and that of Cardinal Alessandrino. I have seen also portraits of the same kind by the hands of the son of Polidoro, a painter of Perugia, which are also very beautiful. But to return to Milan, looking again a year ago over the works of the sculptor Gobbo, of whom mention has been made in another place, I did not see anything that was otherwise than ordinary, excepting an Adam and Eve, a Judith, and a Saint Helena in marble, which are about the Duomo, with 2 other statues of dead persons representing Lodovico, called Il Moro, and Beatrice his wife, which were to be placed upon a tomb by the hand of Giovanni Giacomo della Porta, sculptor and architect to the Duomo of Milan, who, in his youth, executed many works under the said Gobbo, and those named above, which were to go on that tomb, are wrought with a high finish. The same Giovanni Giacomo has executed many beautiful works for the Certoso of Pavia, and in particular on the tomb of the Conte de Virtu and on the facade of the church. From him his nephew, learned his art, by name Guglielmo, who in Milan, about the year 1530, applied himself with much study to copying the works of Leonardo da Vinci, which gave him very great assistance, whereupon he went with Giovan Giacomo to Genoa, when, in the year 1531, the latter was invited to execute the sepulchre of St. John the Baptist, and he devoted himself with great study to design under Perino del Vaga, and not, therefore, abandoning sculpture, he made one of the 16 pedestals that are in that sepulchre, on which account, it being seen that he was acquitting himself very well, he was commissioned to make all the others. Next, he executed 2 angels in marble, which are in the company of Saint Giovanni, and for the Bishop of Cervega, he made 2 portraits in marble, and a Moses larger than life, which was placed in the church of St. Lorenzo. And then, after he had made a series of marble that was placed over the door of the house of Ansaldo Grimaldi, he executed for placing over the gate of the Quazzola, in that city, a statue of St. Catherine of the size of life, and after that the 3 Graces, with 4 little boys of marble, which were sent into Flanders to the great equerry of the Emperor Charles V, together with another series of the size of life. Having executed these works in 6 years, Guglielmo, in the year 1537, made his way to Rome, where he was much recommended by his uncle Giovan Giacomo to the painter Fra Sebastiano Vicenziano, his friend, to the end that he might recommend him, as he did, to Michelangelo Buonarroti, which Michelangelo, seeing Guglielmo to be spirited and very assiduous in laboring, began to conceive an affection for him, and, before any other thing, caused him to restore some antique things in the Farnese Palace, in which he acquitted himself in such a manner that Michelangelo put him into the service of the Pope. Another proof of his powers had been seen already in a tomb that he had executed at the Borghetti Scuri, for the most part of metal, for Bishop Sulisi, with many figures and scenes in low relief, namely, the cardinal virtues and others, wrought with much grace, and besides these figures of the bishop himself, which afterwards went to Salamanca in Spain. Now, while Guglielmo was engaged in restoring the statues, which are now in the loggia that is before the upper wall in the Farnese Palace, there took place in the year 1547 the death of Fra Sebastiano Vicenziano, who, as has been told, had administered the office of the Piombo, whereupon Guglielmo, with the favor of Michelangelo and of others, so wrought upon the Pope that he obtained the said office of the Piombo, with the charge of executing the tomb of Pope Paul III, which was to be placed in St. Pietro. For this he availed himself in the model, with better design, of the scenes and figures of the theological and cardinal virtues that he had made for the above-named Bishop Sulisi, placing at the corners 4 children in 4 partitions, and 4 cartouches, and making in addition a bronze statue of the said pontiff seated, giving the benediction, which statue was 17 palms high, but doubting, on account of the size of the casting, lest the metal might grow cold, and the work therefore not succeed, he placed the metal in the vessel below in such a way that it might be gradually sucked upwards, and with this unusual method that casting came out very well, and as clean as the wax, so that the very surface that came from the fire had no need at all to be polished, as may be seen from the statue itself, which was placed below the first arches that support the tribune of the new St. Pietro. On this tomb, which according to a design by his hand was to be isolated, were to be placed 4 figures, which he executed in marble with beautiful inventions, according as he was directed by Monsieur Annibale Caro, who had the charge of this from the Pope and Cardinal Farnese. One was Justice, which is a nude figure lying upon some draperies, with the belt of the sword across the breast, and the sword hidden. In one hand she has the fasces of consular jurisdiction, and in the other a flame of fire. And she is young in countenance, and has the hair plaited, the nose aquiline, and the aspect full of expression. The second was Prudence in the form of a matron, young in aspect, with a mirror in the hand, and a closed book, and partly nude, partly draped. The third was Abundance, a young woman crowned with ears of corn, with the horn of plenty in one hand and the ancient corn measure in the other, and clothed in such a manner as to show the nude beneath the draperies. The fourth and last was Peace, who is a matron, with a boy that has lost his eyes, and with the caduceus of Mercury. He made likewise a scene also of metal, and after the directions of the above hero, which was to be placed in the work, with two river gods, one representing a lake and the other a river, that is in the domains of the Farnese. And, besides all these things, there was to be there a mount covered with lilies, and with the rainbow of Iris. But the whole was not afterwards carried into execution, for the reasons that have been given in the life of Michelangelo. It may be believed that even as these parts are in themselves beautiful and wrought with much judgment, so they would have succeeded as a whole together, and yet it is in the air of the piazza which gives the true light and enables us to form a correct judgment of the work. The same Fra Guglielmo has executed during a period of many years 14 stories of the life of Christ for casting in bronze, each of which is 4 palms in breadth and 6 in height, excepting only one, which is 12 palms high and 6 broad, wherein is the Nativity of Jesus Christ, with most beautiful fantasies of figures. In the other 13 are Mary going with the infant Christ on the ass to Jerusalem, with 2 figures in strong relief, and many in half relief and low relief. The Last Supper, with 13 figures well composed and a very rich building. The washing of the disciples' feet, the prayer in the garden, with 5 figures, and at the foot a multitude of great variety. Christ led before Annise, with 6 large figures, many lower down and 1 in the distance. The scourging at the column, the crowning with thorns, the Ecce Homo, Pilate washing his hands, Christ bearing the cross with 15 figures, and others in the distance, going to Mount Calvary. Christ crucified with 18 figures, and Christ taken down from the cross, all which scenes, if they were cast, would form a very rare work, seeing that they have been wrought with much study and labor. Pope Pius IV had intended to have them executed for one of the doors of St. Pietro, but he had not time, being overtaken by death. Recently, Fra Guglielmo has executed models in wax for 3 altars in St. Pietro, Christ taken down from the cross, Peter receiving the keys of the church, and the coming of the Holy Spirit, which would all be beautiful scenes. In short, this man has had, and still has, the greatest opportunities to exert himself and to execute works, seeing that the office of the Piombo gives such a revenue that the holder can study and labor for glory, which he who has not such advantages is not able to do. And yet Fra Guglielmo has executed no finished work between 1547 and this year of 1567. But it is the characteristic of those who hold that office to become sluggish and indolent, and that is true. A proof is that this Guglielmo, before he became friar of the Piombo, executed many heads in marble and other works, besides those that we have mentioned. It is true, indeed, that he has made 4 great prophets in stucco, which are in the niches between the pilasters of the first great arch of St. Pietro. He also occupied himself much with the cars for the feast of Titaccio and other masquerades, which were held now many years ago in Rome. A pupil of this master has been one Guglielmo Tedesco, who, among other works, has executed a very rich and beautiful ornamentation of little statues in bronze, imitated from the best antiques, for a cabinet of wood, so it is called, which the Count of Pitigliano presented to the Lord Duke Cosimo. Which little figures are these? The horse of the Campidoglio, those of Montecavallo, the Farnese figures of Hercules, the Antinous and the Apollo of the Belvedere, and the heads of the 12 emperors, with others, all well wrought and very similar to the originals. Milan has also had another sculptor, dead this year, called Tommaso Porta, who worked marble excellently well, and in particular counterfeited antique heads in marble, which have been sold as antiques, and masks he made so well that in them no one has equaled him, of which I have one in marble by his hand, placed on the chimney-piece of my house at Arezzo, which everyone takes for an antique. This Tommaso made the heads of the 12 emperors in marble, the size of life, which were the rarest things. These Pope Julius III took, making him a present of an office of 100 crowns a year in the Signatura, and he kept the heads, I know not how many months, in his chamber, as choice things, but by the agency, so it is believed, of the above-named Fra Guglielmo and others who were jealous of him, such measures were taken against him that, with no regard for the dignity of the gift bestowed upon him by that pontiff, they were sent back to his house, where they were afterwards bought from him on better terms by merchants, and then sent to Spain. Not one of our imitators of antiques was superior to this Tommaso, of whom it has seemed to me right that record should be made, and the rather as he has passed to a better life, leaving name and fame for his ability. Many works, likewise, have been executed in Rome by one Leonardo, a Milanese, who has made recently 2 statues of marble, St. Peter and St. Paul, for the chapel of Cardinal Giovanni Riccio de Montepulciano, which are much extolled and held to be good and beautiful figures, and the sculptors Jacopo and Tommaso Casagnolo have made in the chapel of the Caraffi, in the church of the Minerva, the tomb of Pope Paul IV, and besides other ornaments, a statue formed of pieces which represent that pope, with a mantle of veined Brocatello marble, and the trimming and other things of veined marbles of various colors, which render it marvelous. And so we added to the other industries of our modern intellects this new one, and that sculptors proceed with colors in their sculpture to imitate painting, which tomb has been executed by means of the great saintliness, goodness, and gratitude of Pope Pius V, a pontiff and holy father truly most saintly, most blessed, and most worthy of long life. Of Nanni di Baccio Biggio, a Florentine sculptor. Besides what has been said of him in other places, I have to record that in his youth, under Raffaello di Montelupo, he applied himself in such a manner to sculpture that in some little things that he did in marble, he gave great promise that he would prove to be an able man. And having gone to Rome, under the sculptor Lorenzetto, while he gave his attention, as his father had done also, to architecture, he executed the statue of Pope Clement VII, which is in the choir of the Minerva, and a Pieta of marble, copied from that of Michelangelo, which was placed in St. Maria di Anima, the Church of the Germans, as a work that is truly very beautiful. Another like it he made not long afterward for Luigi del Riccio, a Florentine merchant, which is now in St. Spirito at Florence, in the chapel of that Luigi, who is no less extolled for such piety towards his native city than is Nanni, for having executed the statue with much diligence and love. Nanni then applied himself under Antonio da San Gallo with more study to architecture, and gave his attention, while Antonio was alive, to the fabric of St. Pietro, where, Falling from a staging 60 braccia high and shattering himself, he escaped with his life by a miracle. Nanni has erected many edifices in Rome and in the country round, and has sought to obtain even more and greater, as has been told in the life of Michelangelo. His work also is the palace of Cardinal Montepulciano on the Strada Giulia, and a gate at Monte Sansovino, built by order of Julius III, with a reservoir for water that is not finished, and a loggia and other apartments of the palace formerly built by the old Cardinal de Monte. And a work of Nanni, likewise, is the House of the Mattei, with many other buildings that have been erected or are still being constructed in Rome. A famous and most celebrated architect also, among others of the present day, is Galeazzo Alessi of Perugia, who, serving in his youth the Cardinal of Rimini, whose chamberlain he became, executed among his first works, at the desire of that lord, the rebuilding of the apartments in the fortress of Perugia, with so many conveniences and such beauty, that for a place so small it was a marvel, and many times already they have accommodated the Pope with all his court. Then, after many other works that he executed for the said cardinal, he was invited by the Genoese, with much honor into the service of that republic, for which the first work that he did was to restore and fortify the port and the mole, nay, rather, to make it almost entirely different from what it was before. For, reaching out over a good space into the sea, he caused to be constructed a great and most beautiful port, which lies in a semicircle, very ornate, with rustic columns and with niches about them, at the extremities of which semicircle there meet two little bastions, which defend that great port. On the piazza, then, above the mole and at the back of the great port, towards the city, he made a very large portico of the Doric order, which accommodates the guard, and over it, comprising all the space that it covers, and likewise the two bastions and the gate, there is left a platform arranged for the operations of artillery, which commands the mole in the manner of a cavalier and defends the port both within and without. And besides this, which is finished, arrangements are being made for the enlargement of the city after his design, and his model has already been approved by the Signoria, and all with much praise for Galeazzo, who, in these and other works, has shown himself to be the most ingenious architect. The same Galeazzo has executed the new street of Genoa, with so many palaces built in the modern manner after his designs, that many declare that in no other city of Italy is there to be found a street more magnificent and grand than that one, nor one more full of richest palaces, all built by that signori, with the persuasion and directions of Galeazzo, to whom all confess that they owe a very great obligation, and that he has been the inventor and executor of works which rendered their city, with regard to edifices, incomparably more grand and magnificent than it was before. The same master has built other streets without Genoa, and among others, that which starts from Ponte Decimo on the way to Lombardy. He has restored the walls of the city towards the sea, and the fabric of the Duomo, making therein the tribune and the cupola, and he has built also many private edifices, such as the country palace of Messer Luca Giustiniano, that is Signor Octaviano Grimaldi, the palaces of two doges, one for Signor Battista Grimaldi, and many others of which there is no need to speak. Now, I will not omit to say that he has made the lake and island of Signor Adamo Sanchioni, abounding in waters and fountains contrived in various beautiful and fantastic ways, and also the fountain of Captain Laccaro, near the city, which is a remarkable work, but beyond all, the different kinds of fountains that he has made for many persons, most beautiful is the bath that he has made in the house of Signor Giovan Battista Grimaldi at Pisano. This bath, which in form is round, has in the center a little basin wherein 8 or 10 persons can bathe without inconvenience, which basin has hot water from 4 heads of sea monsters that appear as if issuing from it, and cold water from as many frogs that are over those heads of monsters. Around that basin, to which one descends by 3 circular steps, there curves a space wide enough for 2 persons to walk in comfort. The circular wall of the whole bath is divided into 8 spaces, in 4 of which are 4 great niches, each of which contains a round basin that is raised a little from the ground, half being within the niche and half remaining without. And in the center of each basin a man can bathe, hot and cold water coming from a great mask that pours it through the horns and draws it in again when necessary by the mouth. In one of the other 4 spaces is the door, and in other 3 are windows and places to sit, and all the 8 spaces are separated by terminal figures, which support the cornice upon which rests the round vaulting of the whole bath. From the center of that vaulting hangs a great ball of crystal glass, on which is painted the sphere of the heavens, and within it the globe of the earth, from certain parts of which, when one uses the bath at night, comes a brilliant light that renders the place as light as if it were midday. I forbear to speak of the anteroom, the dressing room, and the small bath, which are full of stucco ornaments, and of the pictures that adorn the place, so as not to be longer than is needful. Let it suffice to say that they are in no way unworthy of so great a work. In Milan, under the direction of the same Galeazzo, has been built the Palace of Signor Tommaso Marini, Duke of Terranovo, and also possibly the facade of the Fabric of St. Celso that is now being built, the auditorium of the Cambio, which is round in form, the already begun Church of St. Vittore, and many other edifices. He has also sent designs over all Italy and abroad, wherever he has not been able to be in person, of many edifices, palaces, and temples, of which I shall say no more, this much being enough to make him known as a talented and most excellent architect. I will not omit, seeing that he is one of our Italians, although I do not know any particulars of his work, that in France, so I am informed, a most excellent architect, and particularly in the work of fortification, is Rocco Giurini of Marradi, who, in the recent wars of that kingdom, to his great profit and honor, has executed many ingenious and laudable works. And so, in this last part, in order not to defraud any man of the proper credit of his talent, I have discoursed of some sculptors and architects now living, of whom hitherto I had not had a convenient occasion to speak. End of section 20. Section 21 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Don Giulio Clovio, Miniaturist. There has never been, nor perhaps will there ever be for many centuries, a more rare or more excellent miniaturist, or we would rather say painter of little things, than Don Giulio Clovio, in that he has surpassed by great measure all others who have ever been engaged in that kind of painting. This master was born in the province of Sclavonia, or rather Croatia, at a place called Grissoni, in the diocese of Madrucci, although his elders, of the family of the Clovi, had come from Macedonia, and the name given to him at baptism was Giorgio Giulio. As a child, he gave his attention to letters, and then, by a natural instinct, to design. After having come to the age of 18, being desirous to make proficience, he came to Italy and placed himself in the service of Cardinal Marino Grimani, with whom, for a period of 3 years, he applied himself in such a manner to drawing that he achieved a much better result than perhaps up to that time had been expected of him, as was seen in some designs of medals and their reverses that he made for that lord, drawn with the pen most minutely, with extreme and almost incredible diligence, whereupon, having seen that he was more assisted by nature in little things than in great, he resolved, and wisely, that he would give his attention to miniature, since his works in that field were full of grace and beautiful to a marvel, being urged to this also by many friends, and in particular by Giulio Romano, a painter of bright renown, who was the man who before any other taught him the method of using tints and colors in gum and in distemper. Among the first works that Clovio colored was a Madonna, which, as a man of ingenious and beautiful spirit, he copied from the book of the Life of the Virgin, which Madonna was printed in wood engraving among the first sheets of Albrecht Dürer. Whereupon, having acquitted himself well in that his first work, he made his way by means of Signor Alberto da Capri, who was then serving in Hungary, into the service of King Louis and of Queen Maria, the sister of Charles V, for which king he executed a judgment of Paris in chiaroscuro, which much pleased him, and for the queen the Roman Lucretia killing herself, with some other things which were held to be very beautiful. The death of that king then ensuing, and the ruin of everything in Hungary, Giorgio Giulio was forced to return to Italy, where he had no sooner arrived than the old Cardinal Campeggio took him into his service. Thereupon, being settled to his liking, he executed a Madonna in miniature for that lord, and some other little things, and disposed himself to attend at all costs with greater study to the matters of art. And so he set himself to draw, and to seek with every effort to imitate the works of Michelangelo. But this fine resolution was interrupted by the unhappy sack of Rome in the year 1527, when the poor man, finding himself the prisoner of the Spaniards and maltreated, in his great misery had recourse to divine assistance, making a vow that if he escaped safely from that miserable ruin and out of the hands of those new Pharisees, he would straightway become a friar. Wherefore, having escaped by the grace of God and made his way to Mantua, he became a monk in the monastery of St. Rufino, a seat of the order of canons regular of Scopito, having been promised, besides peace and quiet of mind and tranquil leisure in the service of God, that he would have facilities for attending at times, as it were by way of pastime, to the work of miniature. Having thus taken the habit in the name of Don Giulio, at the end of a year he made his profession, and then for a period of 3 years he stayed peacefully enough among those fathers, changing from one monastery to another according to his pleasure, as has been related elsewhere, and always working at something. During that time he completed a great choir book with delicate illuminations and most beautiful borderings, making in it, among other things, a Christ appearing to the Magdalene in the form of a gardener, which was held to be a rare thing. Wherefore, growing in courage, he depicted, but in figures much larger, the adulterous woman accused by the Jews before Christ, with a good number of figures, all which he copied from a picture that had been executed in those days by Tiziano, that most excellent painter. Not long afterwards it happened that Don Giulio, in transferring himself from one monastery to another, as monks or friars too, by misfortune broke a leg, being therefore conveyed by those fathers to the monastery of Candiana, that he might be better attended, he lay there some time without recovering, perhaps having been wrongly treated, as is common, no less by the fathers than by the physicians, which hearing, Cardinal Grimani, who much loved him for his excellence, obtained from the Pope the power to keep him in his service and to have him cured. Whereupon Don Giulio, having thrown off the habit, and his leg being healed, went to Perugia with the cardinal, who was legate there, and setting to work, he executed for him in miniature these works: an office of Our Lady, with 4 most beautiful stories, and in an epistolar, 3 large stories of St. Paul the Apostle, one of which was sent not long afterwards to Spain. He also made for him a very beautiful Pieta, and a Christ crucified, which after the death of Grimani came into the hands of Messer Giovanni Gaddi, clerk of the chamber. All these works caused Don Giulio to become known in Rome as an excellent craftsman, and were the reason that Cardinal Alessandro Farnese, who has always assisted, favored, and desired to have about him rare and gifted men, having heard his fame and seen his works, took him into his service, in which he has remained ever since and still remains, old as he is. For that lord, I say, he has executed an infinite number of the rarest miniatures, of which I shall mention here only a part, because to mention them all is almost impossible. In a little picture he has painted Our Lady with her Son in her arms, with many saints and figures around, and Pope Paul III kneeling, portrayed from life so well that for all the smallness of that miniature, he seems as if alive, and all the other figures likewise appear to lack nothing save breath and speech. That little picture, as a thing truly of the rarest, was sent to Spain to the Emperor Charles V, who was amazed by it. After that work, the cardinal caused him to set his hand to executing, in miniature, the stories in an office of Our Lady, written in lettering shaped by Monterchi, who is a rare master in such work. Whereupon Don Giulio, resolving that his work should be the highest flight of his powers, applied himself to it with so much study and diligence that no other was ever executed with more. Wherefore, he has achieved with the brush things so stupendous that it does not appear possible to go so far with the eye or with the hand. Don Giulio has divided this labor into 26 little scenes, each 2 sheets being next to one another, the figure and the prefiguration, and every little scene has around it an ornament different from the other, with figures and fantasies appropriate to the story that it represents. Nor do I wish to grudge the labor of describing them briefly, for the reason that everyone is not able to see them. On the first page, where matins begin, is the angel bringing the Annunciation to the Virgin Mary, and in the ornament a border full of little children that are marvelous, and in the other scene, Isaiah speaking with King Ahaz. In the second, for Lauds, is the visitation of the Virgin to Elizabeth, which has an ornament in imitation of metal, and in the opposite scene, a justice and peace embracing one another. For prime is the Nativity of Christ, and opposite, in the earthly paradise, Adam and Eve eating the fruit, both the one and the other with ornaments full of nudes and other figures and animals, portrayed from nature. For Terci he has painted the shepherds with the angel appearing to them, and in the opposite scene, the Terpentine Sibyl showing to the Emperor Octavian the Virgin with Christ her Son in heaven, both the one and the other with ornaments of various borders and figures, all colored, and containing the portrait of Alexander the Great and of Cardinal Alessandro Farnese. For Sext, there is the circumcision of Christ, where Pope Paul III is portrayed for Simon, and in the scene are portraits of Messina and Septima, gentlewomen of Rome, who were of surpassing beauty, and around it a border well adorned, which likewise encloses with the same design the other story that is beside it, wherein is St. John the Baptist, baptizing Christ, a scene full of nudes. For notice, he has made there the Magi adoring Christ, and opposite to that Solomon, adored by the Queen of Sheba, both one and the other with borders rich and varied, and at the foot of this, the whole feast of Testaccio, executed with figures smaller than ants, which is a marvelous thing to see, that a work so small should have been executed to perfection with the point of a brush. This is one of the greatest things that mortal hand could do or mortal eye could behold, and in it are all the liveries that Cardinal Farnese devised at that time. For Vespers, there is Our Lady flying with Christ into Egypt, and opposite is the submersion of Pharaoh in the Red Sea, with varied borders at the side. For Complines, there is the coronation of Our Lady in heaven, with a multitude of angels, and in the other scene opposite is an Heroes crowning Esther, with appropriate borders. For the Mass of the Madonna, he has placed first in a border in imitation of cameos, the angel Gabriel announcing the word to the Virgin, and the two scenes are Our Lady with Jesus Christ in her arms, and God the Father creating heaven and earth. Before the penitential psalms is the battle, in which Uriah the Hittite was done to death by command of King David, wherein are horses and warriors wounded or dead, all marvelous, and opposite, in the other scene, David in penitence, with ornaments and also little grotesques. But he who would sate himself with marveling, let him look at the litanies, where Don Giulio has woven a maze with the letters of the names of the saints, and there in the margin above is a heaven filled with angels around the most holy Trinity, and one by one the apostles and the other saints, and on the opposite side the heaven continues with Our Lady and all the virgin saints. On the margin below he has depicted with the most minute figures the procession that Rome holds for the solemn office of the Corpus Christi, thronged with officers with their torches, bishops and cardinals, and the most holy sacrament borne by the Pope, with the rest of the court and the guard of halberdiers, and finally Castel St. Angelo, firing artillery, all such as to cause every acutest wit to marvel with amazement. At the beginning of the office for the dead are two scenes, death triumphing of all mortals, mighty rulers of states and kingdoms, and the common herd alike. And opposite, in the other scene, the resurrection of Lazarus, and also death in combat with some on horseback. For the office of the cross he has made Christ crucified, and opposite is Moses, with the reign of serpents, and the same Moses placing on high the serpent of brass. For that of the Holy Spirit is that same Holy Spirit, descending upon the apostles, and opposite is the building of the Tower of Nimrod. The work was executed by Don Giulio in a period of 9 years, with so much study and labor, that in a manner of speaking it would never be possible to pay for the work, with no matter what price, nor is one able to see any more strange and beautiful variety than there is in all the scenes, of bizarre ornaments and various movements and postures of nudes, both male and female, studied and well detailed in every part, and placed appropriately all around in those borders in which to enrich the work, which diversity of things infuses such beauty into that whole work, that it appears a thing divine and not human, and above all, because with his colors and his manner of painting, he has made the figures, the buildings and the landscapes recede and fade into the distance with all those considerations that perspective requires, and with the greatest perfection that is possible, insomuch that, whether near or far, they cause everyone to marvel, not to speak of the 1,000 different kinds of trees, wrought so well that they appear as if grown in paradise. In the stories and inventions may be seen design, in the composition, order, and variety, and richness in the vestments, which are executed with such beauty and grace of manner that it seems impossible that they could have been fashioned by the hand of man. Wherefore we may say, as we have said at the beginning, that Don Giulio has surpassed in this field both ancients and moderns, and that he has been in our time a new, if smaller, Michelangelo. The same master once executed a small picture with little figures of the Cardinal of Trent, so pleasing and so beautiful that that lord made a present of it to the Emperor Charles V, and afterwards, for the same lord, he painted another of Our Lady, and with it the portrait of King Philip, which were very beautiful and therefore presented to the said Catholic king. For the above-named Cardinal Farnese, he painted a little picture of Our Lady with her son in her arms, Saint Elizabeth, a young Saint John, and other figures, which was sent to Ruy Gomez in Spain. In another, which the above-named cardinal now has, he painted St. John the Baptist in the desert, with landscapes and animals of great beauty, and another like it he executed afterwards for the same lord, was sending to King Philip, and a Pieta, which he painted with the Madonna and many other figures, was presented by the same Farnese to Pope Paul IV, who, as long as he lived, would always have it beside him, and a scene in which David is cutting off the head of the giant Goliath was presented by the same cardinal to Madama Margherita of Austria, who sent it to King Philip, her brother, together with another which that most illustrious lady caused Don Giulio to execute as a companion to it, wherein was Judith severing the head of Holofernes. Many years ago, Don Giulio stayed many months with Duke Cosimo, and during that time executed some works for him, part of which was sent to the emperor and other lords, and part remained with his most illustrious excellency, who, among other things, caused him to copy a little head of Christ from one of great antiquity that his excellency himself possesses, which once belonged to Godfrey of Bouillon, king of Jerusalem, which head, they say, is more like the true image of the Savior than any other that there may be. Don Giulio painted for the said Lord Duke a Christ on the cross with the Magdalene at the foot, which is a marvelous thing, and a little picture of a Pieta, of which we have the design in our book, together with another, also by the hand of Don Giulio, of Our Lady standing with her son in her arms, dressed in the Jewish manner, with a choir of angels about her, and many nude souls in the act of commending themselves to her. But to return to the Lord Duke, he has always loved dearly the excellence of Don Giulio, and sought to obtain works by his hand, and if it had not been for the regard that he felt for Farnese, he would not have let him go when he stayed some months, as I have said, in his service in Florence. The Duke then, besides the works mentioned, has a little picture by the hand of Don Giulio, wherein is Ganymede, borne to heaven by Jove, transformed into an eagle, copied from the one that Michelangelo once drew, which is now in the possession of Tommaso di Cavalieri, and has been told elsewhere. In like manner, the Duke has in his study a St. John the Baptist, seated upon a rock, and some portraits by the same hand, which are admirable. Don Giulio once executed a picture of a Pieta, with the Maries and other figures around, for the Marchioness of Pescara, and another like it in every part for Cardinal Farnese, who sent it to the Empress, who is now the wife of Maximilian and sister of King Philip, and another little picture by the same master's hand he sent to his Imperial Majesty, in which, in a most beautiful little landscape, is St. George killing the serpent, executed with supreme diligence. But this was surpassed in beauty and design by a larger picture that Don Giulio painted for a Spanish gentleman, in which is the Emperor Trajan, as he is seen in medals with the province of Judea on the reverse, which picture was sent to the above-named Maximilian, now Emperor. For the same Cardinal Farnese, he has executed 2 other little pictures. In one is Jesus Christ nude, with the cross in his hands, and in the other is Christ led by the Jews and accompanied by a vast multitude to Mount Calvary, with the cross on his shoulder, and behind him Our Lady and the other Maries in attitudes full of grace, such as might move to pity a heart of stone. And in 2 large sheets for a missal, he has painted for that cardinal Jesus Christ, instructing the apostles in the doctrine of the Holy Evangel and the universal judgment, a work so beautiful, nay, so marvelous, so stupendous, that I am confounded at the thought of it, and I hold it as certain that it is not possible. I do not say to execute, but to see or even imagine anything in miniature more beautiful. It is a notable thing that in many of these works, and particularly in the office of the Madonna described above, Don Giulio has made some little figures not larger than very small ants, with all the members so depicted and distinguished that more could not have been done in figures of the size of life, and that everywhere there are dispersed portraits from nature of men and women, not less like the reality than if they had been executed, large as life and very natural, by Tiziano or Bronzino. Besides which, in some ornaments of the borders, there may be seen little figures both nude and in other manners, painted in the likeness of cameos, which, marvelously small as they are, resemble in those proportions the most colossal giants. Such is the art and surpassing diligence that Don Giulio uses in his work. Of him, I have wished to give to the world this information, to the end that those may know something of him who are not, or will not be able to see any of his works, from their being almost in the hands of great lords and personages. I say almost all, because I know that some private persons have in little cases most beautiful portraits by his hand, of various lords, their friends, or ladies loved by them. But, however that may be, it is certain that the works of men such as Don Giulio are not public, nor in places where they can be seen by everyone, like the pictures, sculptures, and buildings of the other masters of these our arts. At the present day, Don Giulio, although he is old, and does not study or attend to anything, save to seeking the salvation of his soul by good and holy works, and by a life wholly apart from the things of the world, and is in every way an old man, yet continues constantly to work at something. There, where he lives well attended, and in perfect peace in the palace of the Farnese, where he is most courteous in showing his work, with much willingness to all who go to visit and see him, as they visit the other marvels of Rome. End of section 21. Section 22 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Of diverse Italian craftsmen still living. There is now living in Rome one who is certainly very excellent in his profession, Girolamo Cicciolanti, of Sermonetta, of whom, although something has been said in the life of Petrino del Vaga, whose disciple he was, assisting him in the works of Castel, St. Angelo, and in many others. Nevertheless, it cannot be well to say also here so much as his great excellence truly deserves. Among the first works, then, that this Girolamo executed by himself was an altarpiece 12 palms high painted by him in oils at the age of 20, which is now in the Badia of St. Stefano, near his native town of Sermonetta, wherein, large as life, are St. Peter, St. Stephen, and St. John the Baptist, with certain children. After that altarpiece, which was much extolled, he painted for the church of St. Apostolo in Rome an altarpiece in oils with the dead Christ, Our Lady, St. John, the Magdalene, and other figures, all executed with diligence. Then in the Pace, in the marble chapel that Cardinal Ceases caused to be constructed, he decorated the whole vaulting with stucco work in a pattern of 4 pictures, painting therein the Nativity of Jesus Christ, the Adoration of the Magi, the flight into Egypt, and the Massacre of the Innocents, all which was a work worthy of much praise and executed with invention, judgment, and diligence. For that same church, not long after, the same Girolamo painted an altarpiece 15 palms high, which is beside the high altar of the Nativity of Jesus Christ, which was very beautiful, and then in another altarpiece in oils for the sacristy of the church of St. Spirito in Rome, the descent of the Holy Spirit upon the apostles, which is a work full of grace. In like manner, in the church of St. Maria di Anima, the church of the German colony, he painted in fresco the whole of the chapel of the Fugger family, for which Julio Romano once executed the altarpiece, with large scenes the life of Our Lady. For the high altar of St. Jacopo degli Spagnoli, he painted on a large altarpiece a very beautiful Christ on the cross, with some angels about him, Our Lady and St. John, and besides this 2 large pictures that are one on either side of it, each 9 palms high, and with a single figure, St. James the Apostle and St. Alfonso the Bishop, in which pictures it is evident that he used much study and diligence. On the Piazza Guida, in the church of St. Tommaso, he painted in fresco the whole of a chapel that looks out over the court of the Cenci Palace, depicting there the Nativity of the Madonna, the Annunciation by the angel, and the birth of our Savior Jesus Christ. For Cardinal Capo di Ferro, he painted a hall in his palace, which is very beautiful, with stories of the ancient Romans, and at Bologna, he once executed for the church of St. Martino the altarpiece of the high altar, which was much commended. For Signor Pier Luigi Farnese, Duke of Parma and Piacenza, whom he served for some time. He executed many works, and in particular, a picture that is in Piacenza, painted for a chapel, wherein Our Lady, St. Joseph, St. Michael, St. John the Baptist, and an angel of 8 palms. After his return from Lombardy, he painted in the Minerva, in the passage of the sacristy, a Christ on the church and another in the church. Then he painted in oils a St. Catherine and a St. Agatha, and in St. Luigi he executed a scene in fresco in competition with Pellegrino Pellegrini of Bologna and the Florentine Jacopo del Conte, in an altarpiece in oils 16 palms high, executed not long since for the church of St. Allo, opposite of the Misericordia, a company of the Florentines. He painted Our Lady, St. James the Apostle, and the Bishop St. Allo and St. Martino, and in St. Lorenzo in Lucina. In the chapel of the Countess of Carpi, he painted in fresco a St. Francis who is receiving the stigmata. In the Hall of Kings at the time of Pope Pius IV, as has been related, he executed a scene in fresco over the door of the chapel of Sixtus. In that scene, which was much extolled, Pepin, king of the Franks, is presenting Ravenna to the Roman Church, and is leading as prisoner Astolph, king of the Lombards. And we have the design of it by Girolamo's own hand in our book, with many others by the same master. And finally, He has now in the hand the chapel of Cardinal Cesis in St. Maria Maggiore, for which he has already executed in a large altarpiece the martyrdom of St. Catherine on the Wheel, which is a most beautiful picture, as are the others on which both there and elsewhere, with much study, he is continually at work. I shall not make mention of the portraits and other pictures and little works of Girolamo, because, besides that, they are without number. These are enough to make him known as a valiant and excellent painter. Having said above, in the life of Perino del Vaga, that the painter Marcello Mantovano worked many years under him at pictures that gave him a great name, I have to say in this place, coming more to particulars, that he once painted in the church of St. Spiritu the whole chapel of St. Giovanni Evangelista and its altarpiece, with the portrait of a knight commander of the same St. Spiritu, who built that church and constructed that chapel, which portrait is a very good likeness, and the altarpiece most beautiful, whereupon a friar of the Piombo, having seen his beautiful manner, caused him to paint a fresco in the Pace, over the door that leads from the church into the convent. Jesus Christ is a boy disputing with the doctors in the temple, which is a very lovely work. But since he has always delighted to make portraits and little things, abandoning larger works, he has executed an infinite number of these, and among them may be seen some of Pope Paul III, which are beautiful and speaking likenesses. In like manner, from the designs of Michelangelo and from his works, he has executed a vast number of things likewise small, and among these he has depicted in one of his works the whole facade of the Judgment, which is a rare thing and executed excellently well. And in truth, for small paintings, it would not be possible to do better. For which reason, finally, the most gentle Messer Tommaso di Cavalieri, who has always favored him, has caused him to paint after the design of Michelangelo an altarpiece of the Annunciation of the Virgin, most beautiful, for the church of St. Giovanni Laterano, which, designed by Buonarroti's own hand, imitated by this Marcello, Leonardo Buonarroti, the nephew of Michelangelo, presented to the Lord Duke Cosimo, together with some others of fortifications and architecture, and other things of the rarest. And this must suffice for Marcello, who has been attending lately to working at little things, executing them with the truly supreme and incredible patience. Of Jacopo del Conte, a Florentine, who, like those named above, dwells in Rome, enough will have been said, what with this and other places, after certain other particulars have been given here. This Jacopo, then, having been much inclined from his earliest youth to portraying from the life, has desired that this should be his principal profession, although on occasions he has executed altar pictures and works in fresco in some numbers, both in Rome and without. Of his portraits, not to speak of them all, which would make a very long story, I shall say only that he has portrayed all the pontiffs that there have been from Pope Paul III to the present day, and all the lords and ambassadors of importance who have been at that court, and likewise the military captains and great men of the house of Cologne and of the Orsini, Signor Piero Strozzi, and an infinite number of bishops, cardinals, and other great prelates and lords, not to speak of many men of letters and other men of quality, all which has caused him to acquire fame, honor, and profit in Rome, so that he lives honorably and much at his ease with his family in that city. From his boyhood, he drew so well that he gave promise, if he should persevere, of becoming excellent, and so in truth he would have been, but, as I have said, he turned to that to which he felt himself inclined by nature. Nevertheless, his works cannot but be praised. By his hand is a dead Christ in an altarpiece that is in the church of the Popolo, and in another that he has executed for the chapel of St. Dionigi in St. Luigi, with stories, is the first named saint. But the most beautiful work that he ever did was in 2 scenes in fresco that he once painted, as has been told in another place, in the Florentine company of the Misericordia, with an altarpiece of Christ taken down from the cross, with the thieves fixed on their crosses, and the Madonna in a swoon, painted in oil colors, all beautiful and executed with diligence and with great credit to him. He has made many pictures throughout Rome, and figures in various manners, and has executed a number of full-length portraits, both nude and draped, of men and women, which have proved very beautiful, because the subjects were not otherwise. He has also portrayed, according as occasions arose, many heads of noble ladies, gentlewomen and princesses who have been in Rome, and among others, I know that he once portrayed Signora Livia Colonna, a most noble lady, incomparable in her illustrious blood, her virtue, and her beauty. And let this suffice for Jacopo del Conte, who is still living and constantly at work. I might have made known also many from our Tuscany and many other parts of Italy, their names and their works, which I have passed over lightly because many of them, being old, have ceased to work, and others who are young are now trying their hands and will become known better by their works than by means of writings. But of Adani Dome of Assisi, because he is still living and working, although I made mention of him in the life of Cristofano Gerardi, I shall give some particulars of his works, such as are in Perugia and throughout all Umbria, and in particular many altarpieces in Foligno. But his best works are in St. Maria degli Angeli at Assisi, in the little chapel where St. Francis died, wherein are some stories of the life of that saint, executed in oils on the walls, which are much extolled, besides which he has painted the Passion of Christ in fresco at the head of the refectory of that convent, in addition to many other works that have done him honor, and his gentleness and courtesy have caused him to be considered liberal and courteous. In Orvieto, there are 2 young men also of that same profession, one a painter called Cesare del Nebbia, and the other a sculptor, both well on the way to bringing it about that their city, which up to the present has always invited foreign masters to adorn her, will no longer be obliged, if they follow up the beginnings that they have made, to seek other masters. There is working at Orvieto, in St. Maria, the Duomo of that city, a young painter called Niccolo dali Pomeranzi, who, having executed an altarpiece wherein is Christ raising Lazarus, has given signs, not to speak of other works in fresco, of winning a name among the others named above. And now that we are come to the end of our Italian masters still living, I shall say only that no less service has been rendered by one Lodovico, a Florentine sculptor, who, so I am told, has executed noble works in England and at Bari, but since I have not found here either his relatives or his family name, and have not seen his works, I am not able, as I fain would, to make any other record of him than this mention of his name. End of section 22. Section 23 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Of diverse Flemings. Now, although in many places mention has been made of the works of certain excellent Flemish painters and of their engravings, but without any order, I shall not withhold the names of certain others, for of their works I have not been able to obtain full information, who have been in Italy, and I have known the greater number of them, in order to learn the Italian manner, believing that no less is due to their industry and to the labor endured by men in our arts. Leaving aside, then, Martin of Holland, Jan van Eyck of Bruges, and Hubert, his brother, who in 1510 invented and brought to light the method of painting in oil colors, as has been told elsewhere, and left many works by his hand in Ghent, Ypres, and Bruges, where he lived and died in honor. After them, I say, there followed Roger van Weyden of Brussels, who executed many works in several places, but principally in his native city, and for the town hall, for most beautiful panel pictures in oils of things appertaining to justice. A disciple of that Roger was Hans, by whom, as has been told, we have in Florence the Passion of Christ, in a little picture that is in the hands of the Duke. To him there succeeded the Fleming Louis of Louvain, Peter Christus, Eustace of Ghent, Hugo of Antwerp, and many others, who, for the reason that they never went forth from their own country, always adhered to the Flemish manner. And if Albert Dorier, of whom we have spoken at some length, did once come to Italy, nevertheless he kept always to one and the same manner, although he was spirited and vivacious, particularly in his heads, as is well known to all Europe. But leaving these, and together with them Lucas of Holland and others, I became acquainted in Rome in 1532 with one Michael Coxey, who gave no little study to the Italian manner, and executed many works in fresco in that city, and in particular 2 chapels in St. Maria di Anima. Having then returned to his own country and made himself known as an able man, I hear that among other works he executed for King Philip of Spain, an altarpiece copied from one by the above-named Jan van Eyck, that is in Ghent, and in that copy, which was taken into Spain, is the triumph of the Agnus Dei. There studied in Rome, not long afterwards, Martin Heemskirk, a good master of figures and landscapes, who has executed in Flanders many pictures and many designs for copper engravings, which, as has been related elsewhere, have been engraved by Hieronymus Koch, whom I came to know in Rome while I was serving Cardinal Ippolito de' Medici, and all these have been most beautiful inventors of stories and close observers of the Italian manner. In Naples also, in the year 1545, I came to know Johann of Calcar, a Flemish painter who became very much my friend, a very rare craftsman, and so well practiced in the Italian manner that his works were not recognized as by the hand of a Fleming. But he died young in Naples, while great things were expected of him, and he drew for Vassalio his studies in anatomy. Before him, however, there was much in repute one Dirk of Louvain, a good master in that manner, and also Quentin of the same place, who in his figures always followed nature as well as he was able, as also did a son of his called Johann. Just van Cleef, likewise, was a great colorist and rare in making portraits from life, for which King Francis of France employed him much in executing many portraits of various lords and ladies. Famous painters of the same province also have been, and some of them still are, Jan van Henderson, Mathis Koch of Antwerp, Bernard of Brussels, Jan Cornelis of Amsterdam, Lambert of the same city, Hedrick of Dunant, Joachim Paternier of Bouvans, and Jan Scorrel, Canon of Utrecht, who carried into Flanders many new methods of painting taken from Italy. Besides these, there has been Jan Bellegam of Douai, Dirk of Haarlem, from the same place, and Frans Mostert, who was passing skillful in painting landscapes in oils, fantasies, bizarre inventions, dreams, and such like imaginings. Hieronymus Bosch, and Peter Bruegel of Breda were imitators of that most art, and Lancelot Blondel has been excellent in painting fires, knights, splendors, devils, and other things of that kind. Peter Kirk has had much invention in stories and has made very beautiful cartoons with tapestries and arras hangings, with a good manner in practice in matters of architecture, on which account he has translated into the Teuton tongue the works on architecture of Sebastiano Serlio of Bologna, and Jean Gaussart of Mambus was almost the first who took from Italy into Flanders the true method of making scenes full of nude figures and poetical inventions, and by his hand is a large altarpiece in the Abbey of Middelburg in Zealand. Of all these information has been received from Maestro Giovanni Strada of Bruges, a painter, and from Giovanni Bologna of Douai, a sculptor, both Flemings and men of excellence, as we shall relate in the treatise on the academicians. As for those of the same province who are still living and in repute, the first among them, both for his works in painting and for his many copperplate engravings, is Franz Florus of Antwerp, a disciple of the above-mentioned Lambert Lombard. This Florus, who is held to be most excellent, has worked in such a manner in every field of his profession that no one, they say there, has expressed better the emotions of the soul, sorrow, gladness, and the other passions, and all with most beautiful and bizarre inventions, insomuch that, likening him to the Urbinate, they call him the Flemish Raffaello. It is true that this is not demonstrated to us fully by the printed sheets, for the reason that the engraver, be he ever so able, never by a great measure equals the originals or the design and manner of him who has drawn them. A fellow disciple with Florus, learning under the disciple of the same master, has been Willem Key of Breda, and also of Antwerp, a temperate, serious, and judicious man, and a close imitator of the life and the objects of nature, and in addition, passing fertile in invention, and one who more than any other executes his pictures with good gradation and all full of sweetness and grace. And although he has not the facility, boldness, and terrible force of his brother disciple Florus, for all that he is held to be truly excellent, Michael Coxey, of whom I have spoken above, saying that he carried the Italian manner into Flanders, is much celebrated among the Flemish craftsmen for being profoundly serious and making his figures such that they have in them much of the virile and severe. Wherefore the Fleming Messrs. Domenicus, Lamponius, of whom mention will be made in the proper place, discoursing of the two masters named above, and of this Michael, likens them to a fine trio in music, in which each plays his part with excellence. Much esteemed also among the same men is Antonius More of Utrecht in Holland, painter to the Catholic king, whose colors, they say, in portraying whatever he may choose from nature, vie with the reality and deceive the eye most beautifully. The same Lamsonius writes to me that Moore, who is a man of very gentle ways and much beloved, has painted a most beautiful altar picture of Christ rising from the dead, with two angels, St. Peter and St. Paul, which is a marvelous thing. Martin de Vos, who copies excellently well from nature, is held to be good in invention and coloring. But in the matter of making beautiful landscapes, none are equal to Jacob Grimmer, Hans Boll, and others, all of Antwerp and able men, of whom, nevertheless, I have not been able to obtain particular information. Peter Arenston, called Long Peter, painted in his native city of Amsterdam an altar picture with winged panels, containing Our Lady and other saints, which whole work cost 2,000 crowns. They also celebrate as a good painter Lambert of Amsterdam, who dwelt many years in Venice, and had the Italian manner very well. This Lambert was the father of Federico, of whom, from his being one of our academicians, record will be made in the proper place. Peter Bruegel of Antwerp likewise, they celebrate as an excellent master, and Lambert van Noort of Amersfoort in Holland, and as a good architect, Gilles Mostert, brother of the above-named Franz, and Peter Porbus, a mere lad, has given proof that he is destined to become an excellent painter. Now, that we may learn something of the miniaturists of those countries, they say that these have been excellent there. Marinus of Zierkerzee, Lucas Horbutt of Ghent, Simon Benning of Bruges, and Gerard, and likewise some women, Susanna, sister of the said Lucas, who was invited for that work into the service of Henry VIII, King of England, and lived there in honor all the rest of her life. Clarice Geisers of Ghent, who at the age of 80 died, so they say, a virgin. Anna, daughter of Meister Zegers, a physician. Lavina, daughter of the above-named Meister Simon of Bruges, who was married by the said Henry of England to a nobleman, and held in estimation by Queen Mary, even as she is now by Queen Elizabeth, and likewise Katharina, daughter of Meister Jan van Hessenen, who went to Spain into the service of the Queen of Hungary, with a good salary. In short, many other women in those parts have been excellent miniaturists. In the work of glass and of making windows, there have been many able men in the same province. Arthus van Noort of Nijmegen, Borghese of Antwerp, Dierik Jacobs of Alet, Dirk van Steren of Kampen, and Jan Verk of Antwerp, by whom are the windows in the chapel of the sacrament in the church of Saint Gudule in Brussels. And here in Tuscany, many very beautiful windows of fired glass have been made for the Duke of Florence by Vuda Creveth and Giorgio, Flemings and able men, from the designs of Vasari. In architecture and sculpture, the most celebrated Flemings are Sebastian van Oha of Utrecht, who served Charles V in some fortifications, and then King Philip, Willem van Antwerp, Willem Kerr of Holland, a good architect and sculptor, Jan van Dalen, sculptor, poet, and architect, and Jacob Broek, a sculptor and architect, who executed many works for the Queen Regent of Hungary, and was the master of Giovan Bologna of Douai, one of our academicians, of whom we shall speak in a short time. Jan de Mentier of Ghent, also, is held to be a good architect, and Matthias Manamaker of Antwerp, who is with the King of the Romans, an excellent sculptor, and Cornelis Florus, brother of the above-named Franz, is likewise an excellent sculptor and architect, and the first who introduced into Flanders the method of making grotesques. Others who give their attention to sculpture, with much honor to themselves, are Willem Pallados, a very studious and diligent sculptor, brother of the above-named Heinrich, Jan de Sart of Nijmegen, Simon van Delft, and Joost Janszoon of Amsterdam, and Lambert Sylvius of Liège is a very good architect and master in engraving prints with the Buren, wherein he has been followed by Joris Robin of Ypres, Dirk Volkerts and Philip Galley, both of Haarlem, Lucas van Leyden, and many others, who have all been in Italy in order to learn and to draw the antiquities, and to return home, as for the most part they have done excellent masters. But greater than any of those named above has been Lambert Lombard of Liège, a man great in letters, judicious in painting, and excellent in architecture, the master of Franz Flores and William Key. Of the excellencies of which Lambert and of others, I have received much information in letters from Monsieur Domenicus Lampsonius of Liège, a man well lettered and of much good judgment in everything, who was the familiar confidant of Cardinal Pole of England during his lifetime, and now was secretary to Monsignor the Prince Bishop of Liège. That gentleman, I say, once sent me the life of the said Lambert written in Latin, and he has saluted me several times in the name of many of our craftsmen from that province, and a letter that I have by his hand, dated October 30th, 1564, is written in this tenor. For 4 years back, I have had it constantly in mind to thank you, honored sir, for 2 very great benefits that I have received from you, although I know that this will appear to you a strange exordium for one whom you have never seen or known. And strange indeed it would be, if I had not known you, which has been from the time when my good fortune, or rather, our good Lord, willed that by his grace there should come into my hands, I know not in what way, your most excellent writings concerning the architects, painters, and sculptors. But at that time, I did not know one word of Italian, whereas now, thanks be to God, for all that I have never seen Italy, by reading your writings I have gained such little knowledge as has encouraged me to write you this letter, and to this desire to learn your tongue. I have been attracted by your writings, which perhaps those of no other man could have done, being drawn to seek to understand them by natural and irresistible love, that I have borne from childhood to these 3 most beautiful arts, but above all to the most pleasing to every age, sex, and rank, and hurtful to none, your art of painting, in which art, although I was at that time wholly ignorant and wanting in judgment, now, by means of the frequently reiterated reading of your writings, I understand so much, little though it may be, and as it were nothing, as is yet enough to enable me to lead an agreeable and happy life. And this I value more than all the honors, comforts, and riches of this world. By this little, I mean only that I could copy with oil colors, as with any kind of drawing instrument, the objects of nature, and particularly nudes and vestments of every sort. But I have not had courage enough to plunge deeper, as for example, to paint things more hazardous, which require a hand more practiced and sure, such as landscapes, trees, waters, clouds, splendors, fires, etc. And although in these things, as also in inventions, up to a certain point, it is possible that in case of necessity I could show that I have made some little proficience by means of the reading I have mentioned. Yet I have been content, as I have said, to confine myself to making only portraits, and the rather because the many occupations which my office necessarily involves do not permit me to do more. And in order to prove myself in some way appreciative and grateful for these benefits, that by your means I have learned a most beautiful tongue and the art of painting, I would have sent you with this letter a little portrait of my face, taken with a mirror, had I not doubted whether my letter would find you in Rome or not, since at the present moment you might perchance be living in Florence or your native city of Arezzo. This letter contains in addition many other particulars that are not here to the point. In others, since he has prayed me in the name of many honorable gentlemen of those parts, who have heard that these lives are being reprinted, that I should add to them 3 treatises on sculpture, painting, and architecture, with drawings of figures, by way of elucidation according to necessity, in order to expound the secrets of the arts, as Albrecht Dürer and Serlio have done, and Leon Battista Albertini, who has been translated by Monsieur Cosimo Bartoli, a gentleman and academician of Florence, which I would have done more than willingly, but my intention has been only to describe the lives and works of our craftsmen, and not to teach the arts, with the methods of drawing the lines of paintings, architecture, and sculpture. Besides which, the work having grown under my hands for many reasons, it will be perchance too long, even without adding treatises. But it was not possible or right for me to do otherwise than I have done, or to defraud anyone of his due praise and honor, nor yet the world of the pleasure and profit that I hope may be derived from these labors. End of section 23. End of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari.